I normally am not up at this hour, guys, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning. My alarm is for 4, and I've been up since 1. Since it's been storming, the weather cooled down quite a bit, so I slept in the main room instead of the office. And the cats, especially Leia would not leave me alone. She's like, "Daddy's in the big bed, Daddy's in the big bed," and she just kept like she's jumping up on the bed, biting at my hands, wanting me to play with her. So I finally at 1 o'clock, I was like, okay, okay, fine, whatever, I'm up. And then I couldn't get back to sleep, so I said, F it, and I made coffee, and we're just gonna start a few hours early this morning and probably take a big nap today. Um, so we'll see. We had a really good first day yesterday in Dune Awakening. Um, we did an 11-hour stream yesterday, which is way longer than I normally go. So tomorrow or today, excuse me. Today, I went to bed early though. I was in bed at 7:30 last night, so I think I got like about 5 hours of sleep, so I should be good for a while. Um, and fingers crossed, the storm's out of our area, but there's still storms up in the city, so there may still be some connectivity issues on my end because of the storms. So we'll see. But good morning, everybody. We're doing a special middle of the night stream for Dune Awakening. Let me go open up. So I published my thoughts on. Let me get this video up in linked to everybody. Um, I haven't had a chance to respond to all the comments yet, but it's up to like I think it's closing in on 3,000 views since I published it before I went to bed. So it's doing pretty good. I'll get the link up, put it in chat for everybody. So if you get time today, you guys can go watch this. That's on the launch day. Dune Awaken. Good for you, Doms. I'm putting a link in chat right now. There you go. I'm going to pin that at the top of the YouTube and Twitch chats. We are multi-streaming as we do every day on YouTube and Twitch. We're also streaming on Steam thanks to Funcom. So if you happen to be watching on the Steam page right now, I can't check the Steam page chat. So if you have any questions, comments, etc., you can hop on over to uh, Twitch or YouTube. All right, controller up. I don't remember what we were working on last night. I think. Oh, how do I abandon? Because I claimed that rusty old bucket of a vehicle that we found out there in the middle of the wilds, and there's nothing in it. It was almost dead. And I have no idea how to like unclaim it or if you just let it rot. All right. Oh, I should probably stash. I've got a whole bunch of inventory management to do before we go anywhere. And I got a whole bunch of stuff I could probably break down, but I need to create the I don't remember the name of the machine that I gotta make to break down all these items. So that's probably something I need to work on this morning as well. I'm up to 43,000 Solaris, which is good. I don't need that either. What's up, Danora? Let's research, because I don't remember which one is the machine that I need. Recycler? Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay. What I don't know is what I need to make that recycler, but that's going to be my priority number one. So we're not going to do any questing yet. We're gonna see what we need to do to get this recycler up and running, because I do need it to start breaking down all this gear I'm getting. And I probably need to think about actually building a structure that supports all my crafting goodies. We'll see. That's going to be utilities. Recycler. What do I need? Oh, I need copper. Have I seen any copper around here? I have not. I may have to go back to tier 1 to get copper. Ooh. Have I seen any copper around here? I don't know that I have. So I may have to drop back and go back to the tier 1 zone to get the copper. I sure as shit don't know that I've seen a lot of copper around here. Oh yeah, this guy's already got a nice base built right next door to me. Very, very nice. Very nice. I'm not spending a lot of time on the base building at this tier. I'm just keeping it functional because I have the Caladan Palace building set from the Ultimate Edition, and I really just want to wait until I get my Ornithopter. Yeah, body on a spike. Yep. I should check my map because there might be some copper here, but I just don't know. Fuel cell, granite, copper. Definitely some copper over there. Iron, granite, Kirab camp. Iron. Oh, there's a whole bunch of copper over here. All right, so we have a waypoint now. That may be up top. We'll see. Just keep an eye out for copper as we go. I mean, as trailers come out that interest me, I will definitely take a look at those trailers later today. But that'll be outside of my stream schedule, so, you know, it just depends. In terms of the Summer Game Fest, like, I don't usually cover those types of events live for those of you who are new here because of all the licensed music. It tends to be a bit of a nightmare trying to tends to be a nightmare because of the copyrighted music for license for all the monetization on YouTube, so I tend not to do those live. But I have games that I'm interested in this fall. I'm looking forward to the gameplay for the James Bond game, um, for sure. Oh, that copper ore might be all up top. I don't see any down here. That's iron, which I need, but like not right now. Like I'm mostly interested in copper right now. Yeah, that's got to be all up top. There's some right there. I know there's some copper nodes around here somewhere. Come on, I can smell you. Yeah, it's all got to be up top. So anyway, as I see game trailers roll out this afternoon, I will definitely take a look at those. Shit, we got a Sardaukar over there too. Can I make it up there? I might be able to. I can't remember where it is. It might be in the planetologist line. There's a skill which gives me a reduced stamina drain when I'm climbing, and I totally need to find that and put points into it. Oh! One-handed grab. Oh, this angle does not like me. Oh no, I'm gonna fall. Alright. Climbing is a lot of fun, but there are still like weird ledges like that right there where it doesn't work perfectly. And so sometimes you have to get a little creative finding the right angles. The problem with this right here is there's going to be a ton of... These nodes might not be worth trying to get up here given the fact that there are so many mobs. Seriously? It totally shows copper ore right over there somewhere. I really don't want to deal with camp. I feel like it might be way easier just going back to the tier 1 zone. I'm gonna have to fight my way to it if there's stuff outside of here, because this camp is crawling with guys, because I came in here last night to do the boss. Sure as shit don't see anything around the corner there. Oh, intel points. That's always worth it. Oh, the music's ramping up. That's never good. Hello? There's some iron ore right over there. Supposedly that's where the copper is over there. Or at least the mini map. Yep, there's some copper. I see it. Yay, copper ore, kids. Of course, I can't get the angle that I want from right here. Okay. Now there was some more on the other side. Make sure there's no more around here. Is that it right over there on the other side? That might be it. Now, I do need iron, but not, like, iron is so plentiful around here. Really what I want is copper so I can go make the recycler. Come on. Come on. I sure as shit don't see any down there. Oh, there it is. Alright. Where else can I maybe find some copper? Granite. What up over here? Granite. Granite. Copper. We could do that. That's all the way around the other side. They did some changes from beta, sure, yeah, to the pretty significant changes to like the melee combat system and how stamina works and light and heavy attacks. Heavy attacks stagger. There's the second wind ability now. That all came in the last few weeks of beta. Keeping an eye out for additional nodes if we see any. If I need to go back across the gap, it is a quick trip. To just boot, scoot, and boogie out there. Oop, oop, oop. That's iron. Because copper is way more plentiful back in T1. I also need to pay attention to the Sardaukar. Oh, I dropped my turret. Yeah, sure, my cats got me up, so I couldn't get back to sleep, so I'm just like, screw it. Let's go play Dune. Granite, granite, iron, granite, iron. What about over here? Granite, iron, iron, granite, 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 copper, 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 copper. Boop, 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 boop. That's iron. Hang
I
on.
see someone.
Yeah, you do. Shields up. Alright, where's it at? There should be copper ore around here. Did you lie to me? Was that it right there? That totally looked like iron. Nah, man, that's iron. Well, I'd say that one lied to me because there's no copper node right here. Granite. Lies and half-truths. But hey, I'm back at my home base. I might as well drop off what I've got. There you go, Wildcat. $38. How many did I need to make that? More than 38, I think. I think I needed 40. No, I just needed 30. Alright, that'll get me the recycler. That's the big thing. So I could get the recycler made and I can break down all the shit that I have in my inventory. Let's go ahead and oh, I'm gonna have to go inside different direction. Never mind. Alright, interface. I'll have to build it out in this direction. This is when I say, I hope I have enough granite. Might not. I don't have enough granite. Jet. Hang on. I may have to. I may have to go harvest some more granite. I didn't realize I was so out of granite. I haven't done any granite harvesting in a while. This is hilarious. Okay. Let's see if we could just creatively expand a couple areas. Just expand one tiny section. Alright, let's move all this shit back. I can't tell if that's symmetrical. It's close enough. Alright, that gives me a little more breathing room to build things. Alright, recycler, kids. Big old beast of a machine. Alright, I need another fuel generator now. Shit. This is awesome. I have too many things built. Fuck. What do I need to make a, I need salvaged metals. Shit. Alright, let me break that down because we don't have any power right now and I don't want to leave my base without shields. So let's demolish that for now. Yeah, it gets all my shields back. There we go. Alright, we need to go get salvaged metal. Okay. we need to do a harvesting run. Oh no, they had a nearly flawless launch yesterday, Sherrard. Aurora 1 says there's a patch soon. Cool. Yeah, and private servers that's dependent on third party. Like somebody was trying to bitch and moan yesterday. I saw this morning on one of my posts. Yeah, it's one of the worst launches ever. I couldn't get into my private server. And it's like, you do realize that private server hosting has nothing to do with Funcom. Like, that's third party. Like, if your third party is having issues, that's the third party having problems, not Funcom's problem. Alright, I need... salvaged metal. There's some fuel cells right there. Oop, there's some right there. Is that copper right there? It might be. Yeah, buddy. Copper ore. Might as well grab this iron and granite while we're over here. Let's grab all this stuff because I'm going to need it. Shit, I got to worry about the sun. Hang on. Oh, and more copper ore. Well, I'll be damned. There's 2 copper nodes right outside my house. Oh, my power pack is toast. Fuck. Guess what, kids? Back to the hut we go. Okay. We need to do a whole bunch of stuff here. We need to make a power pack first. What do I need to make a power pack? Particle capacitors. I'm gonna run up to the. I'll have to run up to the anvil station and just buy some. I've got the coin. I need 8 iron ingots. Okay, that's the Mark II power. So that's the first thing I can do. Okay, that was the power capacitor. What else did I need? Scavenged metal. That was it. So this will just get me the quick 2 things that I need. Stop off and grab this because we definitely need more scavenged metal. Oh, I can't because I don't have power. Never mind. Yeah, especially there was like some of the negative reviews were pointless because they were talking about things like third-party private servers, and it's like that has nothing to do with Funcom. You're leaving a review about Funcom that has nothing to do with Funcom. So, yeah, ignore those people. We need, how many did I need? Particle capacitors times 5.
Still alive.
Exactly, Northfin.
We had a bet going.
Oh, and I forgot my fucking Solari. Hang on, I gotta go back. I need more coffee, kids. I need more coffee. I forgot to grab my Solari before I came out here. That's awesome. Speaking of which, let me pause for a moment. That's what happens when you wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning. Alright, back to the hut. Excuse me. I'm still asleep? Yeah, I literally am still asleep. I'm like playing on auto mode right now. Alright, back to the hut. Let's avoid the drum sand this time if we can. Alright, Solari.
Sector weather alert. A large
Oh,
sandstorm is approaching.
well, I guess we will be just hunkered down for a minute waiting on the sandstorm. Grab my Solari. I don't know how much I need. I'm just gonna grab all of it. I don't need all of it. Split that shit. I'm gonna put the Solari over here actually. We'll switch that up because this is where I keep my... Oh, I don't have space in that one. Never mind. Oh no, there's tiers of everything, Sherrod. There's a tier 1 bike, tier 2 bike, tier 3 bike, tier 1 ornithopter, tier 1 weapons, tier 2 weapons, tier 3 weapons, tier 4 weapons, tier 5 weapons. I was telling that to somebody the other day. I was like, if you love the survival gameplay loop, you'll love this game. But for some people, that loop can be boring because it's like, oh shit, I'm in tier 3. Now I gotta do the whole loop all over again. I gotta make new weapons, I gotta make new gear, I gotta make
Sector
a new
weather alert.
bike.
A large sandstorm is
Like
approaching.
some people don't like that. And I get it. You have to enjoy that gameplay loop, otherwise it is going to feel grindy. When I play World of Warcraft, I don't like daily quests because they feel grindy to me. Other players log in specifically to do those daily quests and they love them. So these are my dailies. Crafting loop, harvesting loop. I love it. Like I've been harvester and crafter ever since EverQuest 1. Like I like the harvesting crafting loop. Like I've always enjoyed it. I mean, ain't nobody done a harvesting crafting grind like the ring quests and the shawl quests in EverQuest 1 and the Scars of Ilias. Like, if you go far, if you go that far back, we can be friends. Now, if you go that far back, then you know what a true crafting harvesting grind actually looks like, including like actually needing to do a 72 person raid to get the items by the end of it too. Like, been there, done that. We all like different flavors of ice cream, indeed. Yeah, because like someone yesterday was trying to ask me, like, well, how long is the game? How long is the story? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of stuff you're going to be doing along the way to the story. Like, it's not a game where you can just do the story. Like, it's literally marketed as a survival game. Like, you have to do
Still
the
alive.
survival gameplay loop. Like, there's no
Well, it's
if,
too
ands,
bad.
or buts about it.
We had a bet going.
And that takes time. Where's it at? Particle. I know he sells them because I bought some the other day. Particle capacitor. I need 5? Yeah. Here we go. Alright, we should be able to go back and build that battery pack now. Yeah, with lots of Dune lore sprinkled in. Yep. And the Easter eggs. And I just like the aesthetic, you know? It's like, if you look at like when you're in the caves, especially like the spice caves where you're doing the trials and stuff, like there's a ton of like Dune aesthetic. Which is why I literally just ignore people who are like, but it's just like once human. It's just like but it's just enshrouded does it better. Once human does it better. Those games don't have the Dune aesthetic. I could give two shits what those games do. And I love Enshrouded, by the way. But Enshrouded is very much more of like a, especially when they added like they got animal husbandry now. You can build NPC crowds. Like that game is, it's gonna be awesome when it finally hits launch. But it's its own thing. Like I love the atmosphere of this game. It's fucking Arrakis, man. I've been wanting to come to Arrakis since I was like an 8-year-old kid and I read the book. Come on. Target the bike. There we go. Alright, we need to build a battery before anything else. Yes, Northfin. It is a little tricky to do the change the cosmetics on your bike. Alright, Power Pack Mark II. Oh yeah, for real, Sherrard. Like, I think it got up to like I haven't checked to see if it's what it's at right now, but I think it got up to like over 93,000 players yesterday, which is really good for a survival game in an paid early access. Not early access, you know what I mean? Like a paid advanced access, I believe is what it's called. Okay. Drop item. I don't need that shit anymore. Head start. Yes. Okay. I probably need a little bit more scavenged. We were getting copper, scavenged metal, and shit. Let's do this really quick. Oh, I have a much better battery pack, which means I should be able to harvest better now. Because I was complaining about this the other day with the dew. I was like, why is my battery pack running out so quickly? Yeah, like the deluxe. I don't know how much the deluxe costs. But like, yeah, you have to spend a chunk of change if you're gonna do the early access, the Head Start access. So, the fact that it had almost 100,000 subscribers yesterday, 100,000 concurrents, excuse me. I'll be very interested to see if it breaks 100K over the weekend. Because a lot of people still can't get in because it's the work week, Today's only Friday. So. Alright, recycler. That was my objective. I need to go make the recycler. That was my big objective, to break down all this gear that I have in my inventory. And then, backpack full. Then we need to go, probably work on the third trial. Yeah, they've done a good job in terms of nailing the feel of Dune and Arrakis. My wife is gonna freak out when she gets up and realizes that I've been playing since like 2 o'clock in the morning. Did you get any sleep? Yes, sweetie. I got sleep. Don't worry about it. Alright. Not what I meant to do. Hang on. Let's get that out of there. Alright. Recycler. Here we go. Booyah. Now I need to build another, let's go up top. We gotta build another. Gotta build another Jenny. Just put them all in. Let me grab whatever. Let me go back in here and grab my fuel cells. Just power these bad boys all the way up. Oh, I don't have any. I'm gonna have to actually officially keep an eye out for more fuel cells now because I have used up all I have, right? Quick deposit. Okay, how come I can only put... So this one's got 341 in it, and I can only put... I wonder if it's... I'm not quite sure what that means. Okay. Well, I just need more fuel cells. Alright. So I gotta keep an eye out for more fuel cells too now. What's up, Showcaser? Uh... There should be maintenance. I'm not paying attention to the Discord. If there is, the servers might be coming down. I'm not aware. I woke up in the middle of the night and started playing. So if there's maintenance, we will be... That was at 2:10. We will be releasing a patch in 19 minutes. Maintenance is expected to last for up to 2 hours. That was like 30 minutes ago. I don't know. Hang on, I'm going to tab out really quick. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't gotten kicked, so... Watch this be one of those situations where there's like rollback or something. And I'll be like, well, oh well, I had fun. Finally, like, break down all this crap that I was carrying. I think the rest of it is my stuff. I'm gonna hold on to the gun still. Plenty of time for sleep, a whole 2 hours. There you go. Stash that. Might as well put that in there too. Alright, let's make some new bandages. Yeah, I'm definitely not the only person playing. I'm looking at the Steam page. There's several other people still streaming. So I'm wondering if maybe it was just European servers that got the maintenance, or maybe it's a rolling maintenance. I haven't seen any in-game messages or otherwise. I am Mr. Smiley, just subbed over on Twitch. Thank you for the subscription, Smiley. I appreciate the support. Okay, well, that was the main objective for me right out of the gate this morning, was to get the recycler built. I definitely need to get some fuel cells together. Pretty sure we can go work. We can just meander towards the trial. Let me jump up here because I know there's some fuel cells and scavenged metal up top here. Did I misread the Discord message? No, the Discord shows local time. Let me go back to Discord. Oh, I misread the time. My bad. Yeah, it's in like 15 minutes. In 15 minutes the servers are coming down. My bad. I misread the Discord message. So yeah, looks like we'll get a short we'll do an hour-long stream, and then it said the servers will be down for up to 2 hours. Yeah, I saw the suspenser built Aurora. I'm trying to ignore it for the moment. Well, we'll go until the servers come down, and then I will um, I'll decide over the next 10 minutes if I take the stream down or if we just hang out and do other stuff together. Because we can always go. We could go, like, read the Dune subreddit together and laugh at the trolls. Oh, we should totally do that. Let's so when it goes to patch, when the servers come down, we're gonna go read the we can go read negative reviews, right? We can go read the negative reviews and laugh at them. And then I'll put that out later on in YouTube as a reaction video. And then maybe if we're lucky, the servers will be up in less than 2 hours. Because I'm up now. I drank coffee and everything. So. I should probably go make another suspenser built while I'm thinking of it. Although I may need to go back to the anvil and grab some more of those capacitor thingies. Oh, spice blow. Somewhere. I've got the Emperor's belt too, but there it is. There it is, right up there in the distance. God, that looks so fucking cool when it happens. That's what we're talking about when they nailed the Dune aesthetic. Is that shit right there? I don't even know that I've researched a suspenser build yet. Because I'm just using the one that dropped. I've got the shield. Yep, passive suspenser belt. Yep, particle capacitor. I need one. Do I have time to run over to the anvil? There's also the leap one. We could just do this. Yeah, because we've also got the Emperor's Wings. Because that's what I was using all throughout the beta. I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm gonna sit and think about that because I don't know which one I want to make. Let's go up top and deposit some more of my fuel cells. So I've got 12 days on that one and 14 days on that one. So I'm gonna just need to keep my eye on fuel cells. Make sure that I get those up and running. I don't think I need the Emperor's Wings belt. Alright, I'm gonna go take a bio, get another cup of coffee, then we'll come back, and then I will get everything prepped, and we'll move over to go like read negative reviews on Reddit and on the Steam page and laugh at the trolls. The ducks are so happy right now. It's the middle of the night, but they're all um, tucked in with their mom. All the ducklings are. It rained. The storm finally hit us at like 6 o'clock last night. And we had about an hour and a half of thunderstorms. And it's so funny to watch these ducks because um, they they're not worried about the crash boom bang. They're just out there in the rain like, this is so awesome. We have way too many ducks now, guys. We have 16 ducklings, 3 adults, and then we still have Chris is letting the new adopted duck mom. She's got 6 eggs right now, so we're gonna let her brood. And Chris is reducing her chicken flock down to grow her duck flock. So we used to have about 30 chickens, and now we're down to I think 12. But we now have 19 ducks, and we're gonna have more ducks. So good thing is I'll have. I think we'll be able to butcher our first duck here in about 3 months. All right, let me get all this other stuff open so that we can go make fun of people. Um, servers are going to restart daily, it looks like, as well. Have we seen an in-game message yet? Christina was just saying that there should be an in-game message. I have not seen an in-game message telling me that there's a patch. All right. Actually, let's do all of this on... I need to get another tab open. Yeah, I wonder if they don't have, I wonder if maybe the in-game messaging is broken. All right. Yeah, ducks are cool. They're all hand-fed right now. They're cute little babies. Chickens are boring. We eat a lot of chicken, but I love my chicken eggs, which is nice. But the ducks, I like duck eggs as well, so it's been kind of nice. Well, I've definitely not seen an in-game message, although I'm also not actively checking like the in-game tabs. Let me move over here to the other. I don't really even know. Hang on, gotta grab the other keyboard. I don't actually even know how to access like the in-game menus and stuff. Either way, I'm just gonna go ahead and log out. We don't have rabbits. I asked Chris about getting rabbits. She does not want rabbits, so she said no to the rabbits. No to rabbits. I think I already recommended the game. I already left my review earlier today. I wonder why it's... Oh, because I reviewed on the website. I wonder if it doesn't count. Well, I'll do that later. I definitely reviewed it on the website. Okay. And the beta, the message was in the top right corner. Well, I didn't see anything, so we shall wait and see. At some point, that'll go. We should be able to move over here. My phone is beeping at me. Let me go check the Discord. Patch is in 12 seconds, it says. I'm going to send a PM to Christina really quick and let her know that I did not see a message. I do like Rabbit, and I wouldn't mind Rabbit. Sorry guys, I'm sending a message to Christina. She's my go-to for Funcom. She had asked us to send her a message if we didn't see an in-game message because I guess the team is wanting to know if those messages are going out properly. All right. Meridian, thanks for the sub over on Twitch. Appreciate it. By the way, guys, our Twitch blew up yesterday. So my main channel has been YouTube for like, um, I mean, we're 3.5 years into full-time streaming and content creation, and I've got like 52,000 subs on YouTube. And but yesterday we did like 200 new followers on Twitch yesterday and blew past 3,000 followers. And we added between yesterday and today, I think we have added 60 new subscribers on Twitch, which is nuts. Um, to get 60 new subscribers and like most of those were from yesterday. It was like 50 yesterday and like 10 today. So Twitch has blown up because of Dune Awakening, which is crazy. And we had like normally my Twitch, normally on YouTube I'm 50 to 60 people every time I'm live, and on YouTube it's like 15 to 30. Yesterday we had like 175. Like there was 250 to start, and then we ended up with like 175 for a couple hours, and then we ended up at like 85 people on Twitch for like 3 hours, and then eventually it settled on like around 45 to 50, which it was crazy yesterday. I was saying yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw the video I put up last night about my early thoughts on the review. Yesterday was my biggest day ever for streaming. I had like 700 people between um, at concurrent during like the first 3 hours of Dune Awakening. So yay, Dune Awakening. All right, let's let me get a timestamp here because we're gonna go through some fun stuff here while we're waiting on the patch. Particle capacitor. No, I already got that. We are at 1 hour. Do 112. Right now we're trying to get another piece of property because we want to be able to add goats and more animals. Chris wants goats. I want goats. She really loves goat milk, so we want to be able to do goats and stuff. All right. This is the Dune Awakening subreddit, and we wanted to come in here and see about what people are saying right now. We'll go to the Steam page at some point too and read some of the negative reviews. Mostly I'm looking to laugh at the people who are upset about things. Review bombing. Actually, let's start over on the Dune page. We can look at. Let's go straight to. So as of right now, actually, let's check a few things. So it peaked at 93,634 yesterday. So that was day one of Head Start Access, which is a buy-in. And I loved the guys who were trying to compare this to like, yeah, but this other game, I forget what game they did yesterday. Like they think they said Once Human or something, and it's like that was a free to play. You can't compare a free to play launch with a buy to play launch. Does not compute. So a buy to play. launch with 93,000, almost, getting close to 100,000 players for day one of a Head Start access is pretty solid for a launch. I'm interested to see if they break 100,000 for the weekend. Um, they might. We shall see. But those were solid numbers for Dune. And right now it's sitting at very positive ratings. So 2,389 positive. Let's look at the negatives. Let's just look at the negatives. Let's look at the people who have bad things to say and see if they are legitimate or not. Yes, it did go down for an update. If you check the Discord channel, there is an update. Um, Fun game so far, but the server structure is a big mistake. People are placed in sieges, and every siege is populated with more than the playable capacity, which is a mere 60 players. Server max is 2, waiting for one of the other 60 to 100 players to log out before you're able to play. Same thing happens to go to one of the social hubs. Um, there's queues, long waiting times. I've not hit any queues or long waiting times, but it just depends on whether or not you chose a populated server. Um, so that's just kind of a queues are normal for every. We talked about this yesterday. People who complain about queues for launch days of live service games, it's silly. I've been playing MMOs since 1997, 1996. Launch days for live service games have had queues for 25 years, kids. It's not anything new. Stop complaining about it. The other one that I will always dismiss is when people say, "Oh, but server merges. The servers merge." Yeah. Dude, it's called attrition. People get bored. People move on. Live service games. Star Wars: Republic, Lord of the Rings Online, EverQuest 2, World of Warcraft. All these games have server merges over the years because people move on. People play other games. It's normal. Yeah, I had no issues at all yesterday. I did 11 hours of streaming yesterday. No disconnects. Zero issues. Um, my queue is private though. I didn't publish what queue I'm playing on. And my friends, for the most part, all of my friends and community members were able to get on my siege. I know there are a few people who are still waiting for um, the 10th launch, so I'm hoping there's still room on my siege for those people when they want to. So server queues are normal for launches, kids. Those type of reviews don't count. This is another person complaining about queues. Again, live service launch, there are going to be queues. So either these people have never played a live service game before, or they're just trolling and they bitch about every live service game. The game feels clunky, dull, and painfully empty. Unless you're a diehard Dune fan with a strong emotional bond to the universe. This is my first refund ever. Uh, First and foremost, define dull, clunky, and empty, because I can tell you right now that we've there are how many quests did we do yesterday? I think we did, I don't know, we probably did 30, 40 quests yesterday. We did all of the journey quests. I'm not logged into the game right now to show the journey system. But then when we got to the Eastern Vermilius Gap, the first thing we did was we rolled up to the Anvil Station. And I think there were 6 contracts, 5 or 6 contracts that we could grab. And then we did the first of those contracts last night. That was a quest chain, which had, I think, 5 steps to kill the bandits at the Hammer Station area, the Hammer location. That took like 3 hours. We did the second trial. I think there's 2 or 3 Imperial testing stations that we haven't gone to. There's so many quests. So to call it painfully empty is, I think, an extreme exaggeration, because you're just obviously not looking. You're willfully ignorant of the journey system, because the journey system has a bunch of journeys, which are quests above and beyond the contracts and everything else that you're going to find. Dull and clunky. I mean, if you don't, I guess that just depends. Dull and clunky, everybody's going to have a different opinion of. Like, I personally find Valheim dull and clunky, but I don't criticize it. I just don't play it. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, that was not a hateful one. The dull and clunky, I don't get. Painful empty, I will argue against because there are tons of quests. Um, the first two about server queues, get out of here. It's a launch day. They're gonna be server queues. What's this one? The game lacks depth, polish, and value. Feels like a 20 euro title. That's a troll. That's a troll. If you're complaining that this game doesn't have depth or polish, you and I are not playing the same game. That's a troll. Infrastructure is weird. That's a person complaining about queues. Complaining about queues on a live service launch day. Get out of here. They also mentioned something about players' bases everywhere. Duh, base building is part of the experience. By the way, yes, guys, servers are offline. Check the Discord. Servers went down for a patch. Expected downtime is up to 2 hours. So we will check back in about an hour. We're going to be reading through negative reviews and laughing at them, and then this will get published out to YouTube later as one of my reverse rage bait videos. Yeah, player base. It's a base building game. Like it's a big thing. Oh my God, this person wrote a novel. Hourglass says, I've never played a survival game before, and this has been a great run so far. No idea what I'm doing though. That's great though. If it's your first time, my first survival game was actually Minecraft with my nephew and my brother. Um, and then I moved from that into Valheim. This is all within the last like 3 years. I started with Minecraft because of my nephew. Then I went to Valheim, and then I got into Enshrouded, and then I tried Once Human because Once Human and V Rising both sent me keys. So then I tried both of those games. They were okay. And then Dune Awakening got announced like 3 years or something, and I was like, Dune, fuck yeah, because I love the Dune IP. So this was a given that I was going to play this, even if it wasn't like. Have you guys played? Because Funcom also published Dune Spice Wars. Um, so I play Dune games. So I play all Star Wars games. I play all the Star Trek games. I play all the Middle Earth games. I'll play all the Dune games. Dune Spice Wars is awesome. If you haven't played that yet. I think it was on Game Pass a while back too, so I don't know if it still is. Have we ever finished the game in Minecraft? No, but what we have done, Showcaser, is like um, we went and bought like the Dungeons and Dragons expansion for Minecraft and played that, my brother and I and my nephew, and had a great time. And we've done like two different worlds in Minecraft outside of that where we just played around. We have one world for my brother and my nephew and I, and then we have another world for my brother and I, my nephew, and my niece. We all play together, and then we're actually I said this yesterday. I've not made the announcement video yet, but we're about to spin up Lord of the Rings Online again for a family night on Sunday nights. We're all going to play Lord of the Rings Online together because my niece just watched the Hobbit films and the Lord of the Rings films, and she's all obsessed with the Hobbit right now. And she's like 7 years old, and my nephew's like 11 or 12. So she's wanting to play Lord of the Rings Online. So we're going to go all play that together on Sunday nights. Grim says, "Thank God the servers went down. I have to almost had to catheterize myself." What's up, Transcend? Did I ever play Conan? I did not play Conan. I played Conan Exiles, but not. I didn't play Conan Exiles until Dune Awakening got announced, and then I went, "Oh, well, I'm gonna go try Conan Exiles so I can see what Funcom is all about." Um, and quite enjoyed it. The graphics are a bit dated, but the mechanics are solid, and the base building is awesome. Let me get back to this review here. This person wrote a novel. Metroid says if this person put as much time into the game as they took to write the review, they might have had fun. How far have I gotten, Renfail? Not much farther than last night. I mean, we played for about an hour this morning before the servers went down, and now we're over here on Reddit or on the Steam page, excuse me, reading stuff. Player base. So their first complaint is the infrastructure and queue times. So that's not a legitimate complaint for a launch day of a live service. Player bases everywhere. Duh, it's a base building game. Number three, since players occupy zones next to quest-related areas, you pretty much never see enemies and bosses. The respawn rate for stations is around 30 minutes. Good luck handing in those quests. I've not seen that issue at all. I don't think it's 30 minutes. I mean, I remember from now I've not checked. Maybe they've changed the queue time. Maybe they've changed the respawn times in live. But I remember respawn time in beta was like 10 or 15 minutes on boss mobs, which is standard for pretty much every online multiplayer game. Uh, buildings. You're not able to support level of ground around you, and sometimes mid-building foundation you can find out 30% of your claimed area is not providing enough support. Yeah, you're supposed to use pillars and other things to help support the structure. Um, yeah, I'm not quite sure about number four. Maybe they just don't understand the base building in this game. Vehicles, incredibly janky. Good luck not flipping your bike. Yeah, but you can't. Even if you flip your bike can't actually flip. Like your bike automatically rights itself. So saying that you flip your bike is kind of silly because yeah, I will say that the part of that I do kind of agree with is it is kind of annoying when you hit rocks. Um, that part you got to learn to just avoid hitting the rocks because that part is kind of annoying because that'll send you rocketing off into space. Map is huge. It's mostly sand. It's Arrakis, numbnuts, duh. But I will say that also if you haven't seen the rest of the game and you haven't watched Funcom's videos on the biomes that they have in Dune Awakening, Arrakis is obviously a desert planet, but I think the team has done an admirable job with all of the different biomes. Um, so right. The fact that this person only has 3.4 hours on record and they wrote this novel, mm, they didn't actually explore the game. They do say they have 20 hours in open beta. Um, so maybe. Um, giant player base is ruining possible immersion as well as people in PvP with 8 weapons and slots. Yeah, but PvPing is optional. Like you're complaining about PvP when PvP is an in-game optional activity that has nothing to do with the gameplay loop that is questing, survival. Um, yeah, the servers are down for maintenance, JK. Right, and the chests are individual in the PvE areas, like Aurora says. All right. Well, I would say there are a couple of legitimate things in there, but mostly that's just a rant. That's somebody who has unrealistic expectations about the game, and or they didn't understand what Dune Awakening was. Um, base building feels clunky. Animations, performance has gotten worse. I'm having no performance issues, by the way. Knock on wood. I'm on a 4080 gaming laptop. Um, running 2K resolution, maxed out ultra everything, and I'm getting like 100 plus frames. I'm not having any issues whatsoever. Zero disconnects, zero lag. We did have one slight instance yesterday when we came into the East Vermilion Gap when the textures took a minute to load, and I rode my bike into a sand dune, and I was like underneath the dune, and then like my bike looked like it was getting sucked into the sand because the textures were trying to load, and then when I got to the anvil, it took like 90 seconds for the anvil to load. Yeah, I'm usually like 100 to 120 FPS, so this person may just be playing on a potato machine. Transcend says, I don't know if they played beta for 20 hours and then ended up buying it. It kind of gives me pause. Yeah, that's legit. Why would you buy early access to something that you played 20 hours in open beta if you already had 20 hours and knew what you were getting into? Like that part of it does sound a little sus for sure. Um, graphics are good. Building is a mess. Okay, the snapping for objects, I will say, and the team is aware of this. This was in the Q&A that we did with Joel and Ole. That snapping is something they're looking at working on long term for the building. Snapping does work for the base building. It does not. There's no snapping for interior decorations, that can be a little frustrating. But I don't have any issues with the base building in particular. It's the interior decorations where there's no snapping. But I don't have any problems with base building and the snapping. Like I've built many bases and never had issues with the snapping. Fighting is bland. Yeah. Tell me you haven't. Hang on, hang on. Let me. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Fighting is bland. Hang on, that didn't go into full screen like I wanted it to, and that's probably because my shitty ass internet is being stupid. Hang on, hang on. There we go. Fighting is bland, kids. This is bland fighting. Let's look at what the bland fighting is in Dune Awakening.
Combat in Dune Awakening is the fusion of melee, shields, ranged, abilities, and vehicles. As you progress, your tactical
This
options
is bland,
expand,
kids.
allowing you to express yourself through different styles of play. In the beginning, combat is a short, brutal affair.
I'm going to pause this though really quickly because I will say this. That person, we're going to go back to the review here in a minute. If they called the combat bland, they didn't get beyond this. Because combat in the early stages it's still tactical, but it's not nearly as tactical as it is once you get access to shields and the enemy AI gets smarter as you level up. They have, getting into the gap as an example, the Haga Basin content is very simple. It's meant to be simple. It's the tutorial zone. But once you get into the gap, there is a noticeable step up in difficulty with the game AI. You're facing multiple mobs. They're all shielded. They're throwing grenades at you. They're using more abilities on you. You're getting stunned all the time. If someone says the combat in Dune Awakening is bland, they didn't get beyond the tutorial combat. So let's continue to watch bland combat, kids.
Everything you can to knock your opponents off balance and open them up for a retaliating strike. Keep an eye on your stamina, or find yourself in trouble. Early abilities change the paradigm. Use
Abilities?
the voice
Oh,
to
what's
force
that?
your
Bland
enemies
combat?
to come to you.
There's abilities
Sugar
in the
wire
bland
claw to
combat
stagger
system?
an enemy. Knee charge into melee range.
What, knee charge is bland?
Ranged weapons like the Mauler pistol allow you to maintain distance
Shields are
and take
bland?
down enemies from afar
Headshots are bland?
until a shielded enemy enters the fray.
What? I'm confused.
Holtzman shields change the nature of combat. Their kinetic barrier can only be pierced by slow-moving objects. Fast
blade
on
pierces the
defense,
shield, baby.
slow on attack. Swords, daggers, kinjals, and rapiers
I
are
know,
effective
Hector.
for dealing
So
with
many
shielded
weapon
enemies.
choices. It's
But
so
without
bland.
a shield of your own, you will quickly be overwhelmed by enemy fire.
Hang
But
on.
the shields also have a weakness beyond the slow blade. Ranged attacks cannot be fired from
This is
inside
a reverse
an
rage
active
bait
shield,
video, guys. It's going to be called
creating a
Bland
window of
Combat in Dune
opportunity
Awakening.
for the others
This
to
is
exploit.
100% a reverse rage bait video for YouTube.
Specialized range weapons can counteract shields. The drill shot rifle fires drilling darts that will attach to a shield and slowly pass through.
What's that drill shot rifle? That's bland.
The disruptor fires statically charged darts at variable speeds to overwhelm the power supply of the shield.
What's that? SMG is bland.
Abilities can turn the tide. of any
Flamethrower,
battle.
bland.
Swordmasters use their deflection ability
Deflecting
to close
abilities
the
with your
distance
sword,
and
bland.
bring their crippling strikes to bear on
Awesome
their enemies.
AoE ability with your sword,
Troopers
bland.
use their
Floating
techniques
above
to
the
take to the
landscape,
air
bland.
and bring death from above.
Bland,
Bene
bland.
Gesserit stop enemies in their tracks with the power of the voice. Or use their Bindu dash to quickly close
Bene
the gap.
Gesserit's spell abilities, bland.
Mentats control
Space
the
wizards are
battlefield with their
bland.
sentinel. or use the
Mentats
Hunter
and their
Seeker
turrets
for
are
a silent
bland.
takedown. Abilities, ranged weapons, shields
So
and
fucking
melee
bland.
work in concert to allow mastery. But beyond mastery lies the spice.
Oh, huff it up, big
Consume
boys.
it to awaken.
Yeah.
Transcend human
Prescience,
limits with
baby.
new
It's
abilities
so
and
fucking
prescience.
bland.
Seeing what others cannot, the narrow path to victory. Combine these techniques freely to experience
See that face
sandbox
kick?
combat. Create unique strategies and bring them to bear against your foes. Always remember, Arrakis takes the weak.
All right, so we're gonna call it yeah, we need to call this video "Bland Awakening." Hang on, we gotta go back to that review. What else did he say? What else did he say? Combat is bland. Fighting is bland. Nothing special. Animations don't line up correctly. Control. Dude, dude. Carmen72, thanks for the sub over on Twitch. Um, if you think that the combat in Dune Awakening is bland, I think you need glasses. Either that or you didn't get beyond like the very first Mala pistol and knife that you get. Right, Wildcat. What's his hours played? 5 hours on record. I would argue that within 5 hours you probably haven't even gotten your first shield. You've probably only gotten two, maybe three abilities. Um, and you definitely haven't gotten to shielded enemies by 5 hours into the game. Like, yeah, yeah. 5 hours is nothing. Like, I don't think I got my first shield until I was about 10 hours into the game. And I didn't get my SMG until the end of yesterday's stream. I still don't have grenades unlocked because I've gone everywhere else. By the way, I have no idea what level I am, guys. I don't know. Uh, frame rate is miserable. Maybe, I mean, I would argue that anyone getting bad frame rates is probably playing on a potato. But we've already talked about that. Like I'm getting 100 to 120 frames. So, um, yeah, if you think combat is bland, you haven't done anything beyond the tutorial. I gotta timestamp that. That'll get clipped. Clip it and ship it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the fact that it's an alternate timeline, which ties into the books because Paul had lots of spice visions viewing millions of alternate futures. This person's complaining about queues. So a lot of what I'm seeing from the negative reviews are people who sat in queues, which again is either people purposefully trolling, have never played a live service game and didn't understand there were going to be queues, or people who just complain about every game that has queues because that's the way live service launches happen. There are going to be queues. VSync doesn't work. Unplayable for me. On screen tearing, I have a 4090. I mean, I have a 4080. I have not seen any screen tearing at all. But I will say this: I just spent 50 plus hours playing um, Tainted Grail: The Fall of Avalon on the Xbox Series X. Phenomenal fucking RPG. Definitely had lots of issues with performance and screen tearing, and did not impact my enjoyment of the game whatsoever. Oh, occasional screen tears doesn't bother me. Like, yes, it's something that should be fixed long term, but if screen tearing is something that causes you to like not want to play a game, then maybe just don't play games on day one because many games have screen tearing for various reasons. Right, Hector. Yeah, we've talked about that before. Just because you have a massive graphics card does not mean that you're going to run it flawlessly because there are so many factors that go into, what chipset are you using? Are you using an off-brand 4090? Like, what drivers are you running? What's your motherboard? What's your RAM? What's your blah 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 blah? Did you update your drivers? Like, screen tearing for me is not a thing that's going to cause me to even blink. It's just like, well, whatever. It literally is. It's a split second and it's gone. So, and again, go watch my playthrough of Tainted Grail. We had so much screen tearing, and I'm just like, and it was a fun game. I don't give a shit. Um, another person complaining after about server queues. So again, um, hang on. How do I? Oh, I think I have to go back if I want to read more negatives. Negative only. There we go. Servers locked. Person complaining about queues. Person complaining about queues. Person complaining about queues. Person complaining about queues. We already read that one. Complaining about queues. We already read that one. We already read that one. Then we already read that one. Queue complaint. I haven't been eating yet either, JK. I almost got eaten yesterday. Um, for sure. By the way, have we seen? I'm gonna go check the Discord, see if they have an update on server downtime. I don't see anything yet. So it said up to 2 hours. So we'll see if they're on schedule or um, if it takes them longer than anticipated. Crashing, unable to play on a 4090. I have 200 hours in beta and never crashed. Live game crashing. I refunded the game. Um, yeah, I don't know why you would not be crashing in beta, but then crashing on live. I don't know. Q complaint. Q complaint. That's the screen tearing person. Yeah, I left my review last night, JK. And for all the records, mine's the thumbs up. I've had a great time. Q complaint. Worked great, then suddenly my PC shits its pants. Who knows? Q complaint. Like I would say the vast majority of the complaints that we're seeing are people complaining about the queues, which is not a legitimate launch day complaint for a live service game. There's gonna be queues on these things. Q complaint. We already read that one. This was the DDoS attack. I'm assuming this person right here. Our server repeatedly went down. They did have a DDoS attack yesterday as well, like about 7 or 8 hours in. So, uh-huh. So you had connection issues. The game's reminding you to upgrade to the latest driver. A live service issue with server selection. So you're space barring your way through cutscenes. Oh, okay, through the. Still can't find the driver version. So they had some connection issues, it looks like, and they couldn't find the driver for their graphics card. Server issued, yeah, queues and servers. Graphics are underwhelming even on Ultra, says this person. They need glasses. Oh my god. I played 1.7 hours and the game looks like shit even on Ultra. Right? I don't understand how you can't like I have the Nvidia app. Here, let me go over to the other PC. Like if I go down here, like right here, I have an Nvidia app that tells me if there are if there are new game drivers and if I'm up to date. Like, oh, it's not showing it. Hang on, guys. Sorry, I'm not on the other screen. Anyway, I'm on the other computer and like let me just shut this down really quick. So like it tells you, like the Nvidia app tells you if you have your most up-to-date drivers. Like it's not fucking hard to update drivers. it's different. It's not that difficult. JDL says first time playing on private servers, game is still up. Private servers are different than the live servers, JDL. So the live servers are down right now for maintenance and patching. So at some point, you guys will need to patch for your private servers whenever they get whenever the patch is finished. But private servers are not the same as live servers, so you should be able to keep playing even when live servers are down. Oh, look at this. Look at this one. 1.1 hour on record. Product refunded. Trash game refunded. That right there, kids, is like prime. That's prime Reddit troll gold. Trash game refunded. There's zero constructive criticism. That's someone who literally bought the game to shit on the game and refund the product. There are legitimately people who do that, like review bomb games. Did they even get out of character creation? Right? Not recommended. It's just New World was sand. And like New World has a completely different aesthetic, a completely different storyline, a completely different set of mechanics. If you can't distinguish between New World and Dune Awakening, why are you reviewing games? Yeah, I would argue that 99% of these are subjective. It's better. Like, there have been a couple of things in here that I think were legitimate. Like, the sand bike launching itself off of rocks. Yeah, I would consider that a legitimate criticism. Like, I don't even like that. I don't go out of my way to bitch about it, but it's like, damn it. Um, progress breaking bug, stuck in research station. All the doors are red. Bunch of us are stuck. That could be a bug. Because I know in beta that happened a couple of times, so that could just be a bug. Try this game after purchasing it. Trouble with connectivity issues. Launch day connectivity. That's a queue. Then another person complaining about queues. Okay, I ran the benchmark that it plasts with flying colors. Then I get into the live game and it runs like crap even at the lowest settings. I don't believe you for a minute. If your benchmark tool showed it running good, then you've got probably a driver issue or something. But yeah, that's just not true. Um, frame rate issues, 4080 GPU. I'm playing on a 4080 GPU, and my live streams are public, and I'm 100 plus frames, 100 to 120 frames on a 4080. So I just don't believe someone when they say that even after updating the drivers, meh. Lots of crashes, but what crashes? Why did you crash? Were they connectivity crashes? Were your drivers not fixed? Why did you crash? Currently unplayable, proceed with caution. 1.2 hours on record. Uh-huh, sure. Right, there was a hot fix too yesterday. Uh, this person's complaining about queue times. So again, more queue time complaints. Somebody complaining about frame rates. I love this. Do not buy. NP spawn right in front of it scavenger camps. Yeah, that's because somebody was ahead of you and you're on the respawn. So, yeah, somebody killed the mobs ahead of you and they're respawning on top of you as you're running through the camp. Normal for live service games. Climbing is buggy and unreliable. I will say we were talking about climbing earlier. Climbing is good for the most part. There are times when there will be like a weird like overhang or like a something that juts out from the wall, and it'll mess with you. that is just something that has to deal with the way they've got the texturing on the face of those walls and the climbing points. Um, I will admit that that is a legitimate complaint and something that could be polished over time. But I also think it's fairly easy to avoid those things when you're climbing up walls once you understand what they are. So climbing is not buggy. It's that you have to learn how to navigate, just like in real life. You wouldn't climb over that little lip, right? Like you would go around that lip. It's kind of the same way. Combat is sluggish and unresponsive and just plain unsatisfying. That's the same. Combat is bland. I don't legitimately that those complaints. Get the fuck out of here. Nope. Nope. Game is horrible. No idea what's going on. You have to drink water every 5 minutes or you die. No loot. It's just gathering mats all day. Well, it's a survival game. Like, that's part of the survival gameplay loop. Building bases is stupid. Combat is basic. Skills are horrible. You lose everything when you die. You do not lose everything when you die. That is a lie. You do not lose everything when you die. You lose some of your inventory items, but none of your gear. So, DSES says my 3080 Ti runs it at 145 frames per second on my ultra wide. There you go. Oh, this guy wrote a novel. Survival aspect, you've done it 100 times already. Yeah, it's a survival gameplay loop. We've talked about that before. If you like the survival gameplay loop, you're probably going to like this game. If you don't like the survival gameplay loop, why are you playing another survival gameplay game? Why are you not like gameplay melee combat is bad, then you've not played the actual game. The enemy AI is too dumb to do anything in response. How many hours do they have logged? 1.3 hours on record. Okay, so they claim the AI is dumb and don't do anything in response. So they clearly haven't gotten to the gap because the AI in the gap is so much different than the AI in the base area. The base area is teaching you how to play the game. The AI gets progressively more difficult the deeper you get into the game, and they start using more abilities. Skill trees are generic. Uh-huh. Interface sucks. Uh-huh. Building system is unpolished. Uh-huh. Desert feels empty. Uh-huh. Nobody else on my server. Okay. Feels like a walking sim. Feels like oh, this is another one of those guys. It feels like an inferior version of Once Human. That's funny shit, dude. Maybe it was on sale for 15 bucks. I'd give it a shot. Queue time. We had a queue person complaining about the queues. Oh, this is some funny shit, guys. The desert feels empty. It's a desert, brah. Better skip this one. No other explanation. This would have been sick in 2015. Like, these are the people who buy a game. They have less than, 1 point hour, 6.7. Like those two right there. Like, what are you? By the way, this for example, I understand, launching on Steam. But this is one of the reasons I never put any of my games on Steam because people will review troll your game just to be dipshits. And it's like, I don't have the patience for that. So, I mean, if you're a big company like Funcom and you've got, yeah. So, going through these, we've been reading these off for, I don't know, 40 minutes, I think. That's probably more than enough. I would say the vast majority of everything we've read here has been people complaining about server queues. So, on the flip side, let's go read some positive reviews. And then we'll go check to see if the servers are up. So let's read positive only. My wife said if this review gets 50 likes and 5 awards, she'll buy me a case of beer. Help me out, guys. I'm a solo player. I don't care about the MMO aspects, but it can lead to you fighting over blood and waiting things and respawn. I think that just depends on if you're in a populated server or not. Yeah, let's give him a. Can I? How do you like things on Steam? I don't ever use Steam. I'm new to Steam, basically. Yes, give him the likes. Go get your beer, beer, buddy. Here, I'll give you an award too. Oh, you have to spend points? Shit, do I want to spend points? Here, gotta have it. Yes. There you go, buddy. Hopefully you get your case of beer. That's right, JK. We're gonna help a brother out. Everybody should go and help this guy out. If you're on Steam right now and you haven't done so, get that guy to his 50 likes, kids. Get him his 50 likes and his 5 awards. Uh... Survival aspect is well done. Um, I do want to address the fighting over blood and waiting on things to respawn. That can be a legitimate issue if you're in like a public area. But I would also argue that like even on the overland map, there are, I don't know, 30, 40 scavenger camps that you can go to on the map. So it's not like you're locked out of progressing. You're not locked out of progress if you're at a camp that has another player or another few players at it. Just go to another camp. Farm blood 10 meters over in that other cave. Um, I don't think that that's that big of a deal. I will say, though, that when you're in the Imperial testing stations, it can, if you're someone who is hyper focused on forward progression and you're trying to be first and you're rushing, it can be a bit of a drag to like go in, you're shooting mobs, and some other group comes through and just bypasses past you and kills everything and then drains everything of the blood while you were in the middle of getting your one, like, you know what I mean? Like they go ahead and there's 3 of them in the party and they just blow past you and kill like 20 mobs and they drain the blood of all of them and you're left with like 2 things and you're like, God damn it, now you got to wait 15 minutes for the respawn. Sure, that can be, especially for someone, I'll admit, if you're someone who took time off of work, this is your 3 hours that you get to play after work at night. You just want to make some forward progress. That part can be a little bit frustrating, not gonna lie. But I've also been playing online games for 25 plus years, and it's one of those things where I'll just turn around and make a circle and come back. It's not like I'm wasting time in the dungeon. There are always going to be harvesting resources. There's always going to be chests that you can loot. The mobs will respawn in 15 minutes. Go make a sandwich. Come back. You'll be fine. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But I can understand the feeling of frustration there. And that's where a lot of games implemented instancing over the years. But Dune Awakening does not want to do instancing because they want to have that community aspect. They want you to feel like you're in a lived-in world. So, um, am I salty about the fact private games are locked behind third-party server rental? I mean, you shouldn't be. Like, that's the way most survival games do it. Like, survival games traditionally, Enshrouded, Valheim, Minecraft, if you want a private game, you rent a server. Like, that's just how survival games work. So I don't think that that's a legitimate complaint because survival games, that's how you get private servers on a survival game. You rent the servers. Took a hit of spice and now I'm in charge of a religion. I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating. It gets everywhere. Dude, that guy gets a thumbs up just for being funny. Because everyone needs an Anakin Skywalker reference. Honestly feels like an improved Conan Exiles in Dune's universe. Nothing wrong with that. This is somebody who spent 100 plus hours in the game. They're quite enjoying it. You have to pay attention to water management, sun and sandworms. Story's fun, base building's awesome. You can save your blueprints for your bases. Yeah, this is stuff where a lot of this is like polish that they'll be adding over time. Like someone asked yesterday, is there an auto run in the game? And I was like, not yet. But Joel and Ole have already addressed that and said that auto run is coming. I believe in the, don't quote me on this. I believe it's the first patch or one of the first patches post launch. Auto run is coming, as well as additional keyboard key bindings. So if you're going to have a meltdown over the fact that there's not an auto run feature in the game, I I can't help you. Like, Battery asks, do I get a message when I need to pay tax in the game? I don't know if you get a message per se, but on your sub thief, I believe you'll be told how much tax you owe. You have to go to Arakeen or Harko Village. You have to go to your main social hub city to pay your taxes. I believe it's once a. I don't know if it's once a week. I don't know if the timing. To be honest with you, I never paid taxes in beta, so I never paid attention to that. So I can't tell you if it's once a week or not. Aurora One says it's every 2 weeks, Sergeant. So every 2 weeks you pay your taxes apparently. Um, this is a good survival craft with a well-written campaign in the Dune world. The cutter tool is a little bit like No Man's Sky. Building and crafting seem cool, but just getting started. Combat is serviceable, but a lot better than most other survival crafting games. Right. So, like, I don't know how much you guys have played other survival crafting games, but like, the combat in Enshrouded is pretty good, and it has an active block and parry system, a dodge system, and a cool magic system. But like Minecraft, the combat in Minecraft is shit. Like, Minecraft is mostly a combat, or excuse me, mostly a combat crafting survival game. Like the combat in Minecraft sucks. The combat in Valheim, not a big fan of. So like I would argue that I like the combat here because it's got a lot of stuff going on. Oh, that's a good one. Very Bowring says when auto run is implemented, how many dinguses are going to be distracted while running and run straight into the worm's mouth? That's true. That's true. Uh, how do I move your old base? I think you got a bunch of people in chat answering you, Dark Obes. You can either make a blueprint, copy that, paste it, fill it in, or you could do what I did. I tear my bases down. So because I get all the resources back. So like what I just did yesterday in my live stream when I moved from tier 1 to tier 2, I broke my tier 1 base down, stuck all the resources in my sand bike inventory, drove north, got off my sand bike, and just built everything again from scratch. I didn't use a blueprint yesterday. Blueprints can make it a little bit quicker, but it took all of 10 minutes for me to get a new base up and going, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But you do get your resources back when you break things down, so never just abandon your old base. Um, Tear it down and get your resources back. That reminds me, guys, I never abandoned my base, so I don't think I completed that journey. I need to do that. I left my sub-fief thing behind, but I never abandoned it. 3 hours into the game, graphics are amazing. I need practice with combat though. Took me a while to find the blood purifier in the construction menu and figure out the skill page. My wife is not an experienced gamer and she says it's complicated and has some issues. I would say that that is a fair criticism to make because I'll tell you what, my wife does not play a lot of games. She has been a trooper and tried EverQuest 2, World of Warcraft, and Lord of the Rings Online with me, and it's been several years ago when she did. That was about 4 years ago when she tried. She spent about 4 months and she tried those three MMOs with me. And out of those three, EverQuest 2, World of Warcraft, and Lord of the Rings Online, she had the most fun with EverQuest 2. Um, and it was because it was the easiest to play. There weren't a ton of complicated things to learn. even though World of Warcraft has the newbie island and a very in-depth tutorial system, there are so many things to do in World of Warcraft, so many things to learn that she felt overwhelmed by how many things there were to learn. It felt overly complicated, even with a very in-depth tutorial system. Something like Dune Awakening, dude, the journey system is teaching you 500 things in the first 2 hours of the game. If you're not an experienced gamer, I could see where that review right here, that's a legitimate thing. New players are going to feel overwhelmed by all of the things to learn. That's legit, but that's not a complaint, I don't think. That's just more of like a, hey, you know, I think that like if I tried to learn juggling as a 45-year-old individual, I'm going to have a hard time learning juggling. It's complicated. By the way, I've tried learning juggling. It is complicated. Um, so I don't know. I don't, that's, I wouldn't call that a negative. I think that's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's you're not wrong. It's complicated, and for new players, it's gonna be. Oh, and another great thing is like I didn't know, and I spent 100 hours in closed beta on the controller. I did not know that you could favorite an item on a controller. Joel left a comment on my controller video like 3 days ago. And by the way, shout out to Joel because he actually stopped in last night on the stream. I was like, "Hey, did you get that tip that I wrote on your YouTube video?" And I was like, "You're damn right I did." But like, there's no tutorial in the game right now that tells you how to favorite an item on the controller. So it's the functionality is there, but the tutorial doesn't teach you about it because they aren't really focused on, the controller stuff is coming when they start adding the consoles to the rotation is when they're going to focus more on controllers. Now, the controller support is awesome in the game right now. There is an in-game tutorial system for the controller, but things like the favoriting, that's not there. I never knew about it after 100 hours of beta. And then I get into live and I'm like, wait, what? There's a favorite system for weapons? What? And then once I knew that, that was one of those things where it's like, even I learned something new because there are so many things to learn. Like, it can be complicated and complex. Am I really 45? I am really 45, yes. Dun, dun, dun. My friends and I are enjoying the game. Excellent survival game that hits the sweet spot on how multiplayer it is. In a single world game like Even Mortal, other people quickly become a nuisance. In single player survival games, things quickly become lonely and samey. This is a happy middle ground. See, I don't have a problem with lonely and samey, but that's because I don't play games for other people. I play games for solo. So I rarely do um, I don't really do the multiplayer stuff. I do co-op occasionally with friends and community members, but I don't care if there's nobody running around. Like I've had multiple people, have you seen other players running around the desert? I'm like, maybe. I don't pay attention. It doesn't matter to me if there are or there aren't. I don't play Lord of the Rings Online for other people. I don't play Star Wars: The Old Republic for other people. I play those games as single-player RPGs. I will occasionally use the matchmaking tool to go do a dungeon, but outside of those rare instances where I jump into the dungeon finder to like go get a quest done, I don't care about other people. Like I'm here to play for me. So having a multiplayer optional background is cool, you know? Sandworms legit chase you, base building is good, combat is fun. Yes. Dude, I don't know if you guys saw the YouTube short that I put out. It's a TikTok short and a YouTube short. I put it up on an Instagram reel too last night, but I almost got it like 3 times yesterday trying to get to that flower sand, and we got one of those clipped out on social media. It was pretty awesome because yeah, the worms legit chase you. And the clip that I got, the worm chased me all the way up to the rock, and then he sat there like looking at me over the edge of the rock, turned his head left, right, and then curled up, turned back and looked at me one more time, and then rode off into the dunes. And it was like that was a cool clip. Like you're not the only one, Transin. I'm over here spamming Discord. Like, come on, bring the servers up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna relaunch Steam real quick and see if the patch is up yet. we're sitting here. Oh, I'm sorry, Snow White. Did I wake you up? Do you want to say hi to everybody? I better turn off the... Do you want to say hi? There she is. The alarm just went off and she woke up like, wait, what? What was that? She gets to be an inside kitty today. She's supposed to be an outside kitty, but I brought her in. Chris does not know. Chris is still sleeping. All right, no patch yet. On Steam page. Oh, you gonna come over here? You never come over and sit on Daddy's lap. What's up? No, you're just gonna sit on the edge of the bed and say hi. It's almost breakfast time. Yeah, I need to probably go out and get everybody's breakfast ready. Yeah, you know what that alarm means. Yes, you know that it's breakfast time. I was there before it began, before the storm, before the servers awakened. Time, 3:47 a.m. I'm staring at the Dune Awakening logo. The sand moves, the servers don't. They say Fremen waited for the sandstorm too. We're no different. Day one, created a character in my head. His name is Mahmoud Sandwalker. He has a buggy, a mustache, and a philosophy. He would survive. This is awesome. But he can't log in. The servers remain silent like a Benny Gesserit under interrogation. This is awesome. Day two, I drink water slowly. I think I'm conserving moisture now. Went outside and whispered to a stranger, "Are you watching Shai Hulud, or is he watching you?" He ran. I stayed. Neither of us can connect. This is awesome. Day three, we, the exiled players, now speak in forums like Fremen tribes and hidden caves. One made a meme about sandworms. Another became a Wi-Fi priest. Someone swore he heard the servers humming. It was his fridge. We do not judge. Dude, this is awesome. Day four, I've built a camp near my window. I watch the sun like it's the day-night cycle on Arrakis. I restart stream periodically. It's a ritual, a belief, a sacred routine. This is the best Dune Awakening review ever. Conclusion: the game doesn't work yet, but imagination does. We wait, we endure, we meme, we believe. If you're reading this, you too walked the pre-release sands. We didn't just wait, we prepared. Still waiting for launch, like a Fremen waiting for shade in the desert. 10 out of 10, no servers, but I can already feel the spice in my lungs. Dude, this one's getting its own YouTube video. I'm gonna call this the best review of Dune Awakening ever, and ever's gonna be in big caps. Can I link it? How do I link? Do I just grab this link? Is that how I link this in chat? Here. I'll drop that in the YouTube and Twitch chat, guys. that review, that is literally the best review ever. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's awesome. Uh, Jesus, that was amazing. So, overall, kids, I think it's what overwhelming, or it's not overwhelmingly positive at the moment, but I think it's very positive. How do we go back to the actual page for the game? Store page. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, we might have an hour left. I just checked a minute ago and it's not up yet, so um, what's the reviews right now? Yeah, very positive. So, overall 2,600 positive, 600 negative. We went through the negatives. Um, None of them are, I mean, there were a couple of legitimate things, um, but most of it was just people complaining about the queues, which I don't really consider those to be negative, legitimate negative things to complain about for a launch day. Hang on, Christina just replied back to me. Okay. It's maintenance and a game update. I don't think they've released a patch note yet, Transcend, so I don't know. Patch notes will be posted in the patch note channel very soon. Have they been patched yet? I don't see anything yet, so we still don't have the patch notes yet. All right. I'm gonna go feed all my cats, everybody. So give me about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back. And I think when I get back, we'll go take a look at the subreddit and see what fun we can find in the subreddit while we're waiting for the um, servers. So. Dun, 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 dun. Before I go, Clark Wild, I can tell you exactly what that is. It's the same way that Lord of the Rings Online does it, and pretty much every other online game. When you're going into those spy streams, you're loading into a private instance. So you're loading out of the world server into a private area. It's no different than World of Warcraft when you queue into a dungeon. You're going into a dungeon that's outside of the public world, and then you're coming back out into the public world. So those story instances are literally a private instance that you're. So the game has to unload it has to unload the public world, which is the Haga Basin, and then it loads you into the private area, which is your instance to do the story. And then when you're done with that, you have to load back out to the public world. Now, the queue system should automatically put you at the top of the queue because you were already logged in beforehand. Can there be hiccups in that process? Absolutely. There can be hiccups. That is something that, again, day one, live service game, there are always going to be issues with connectivity and server loads and everything else. That is something that will get better over time. It does with every live service game out there, but that's how that works. If you didn't know that, because I saw some commentary that read like maybe you didn't understand how that worked, because you said, why didn't they address this early in the development cycle? Um, it's a common, that's just how these games work. That's how every live service game does it. You load out of the public server into the private instance and then out of the private instance into the public server. And if there are massive amounts of people playing, there are going to be hiccups in that process. All right, guys, give me 5-ish minutes, maybe a little bit longer. I just got to go do the rounds, feed all my cats, check on the ducks, check on the chickens, and get more coffee. And then we will be back and we will check on the patch notes and the server upage and hit the Reddit. Revizar, or Ravizar, sorry. In the first trading post, Griffin Station, I think is what it's called. When you get through the first round of contracts, um, there are two contracts that'll pop up. One is to go talk to a Harkonnen agent, and the other is to go talk to an Atreides agent. Both of those agents are found at Anvil Station. You have to go to Anvil Station, and you have to work your way up through the ranks. There is a quest chain that you have to do for either side. So you have to earn the right to join the house. So you have to do the faction quests, and work your way up through the faction quests before you'll be allowed to join a house. I don't think the servers are up yet. No. Oh wait, Transcend says they are. Are the servers up? I don't see patch notes. Oh no, sorry, I misread that. I misread that. Henrik said, "Are the servers still down?" And Transcend said, "I believe so. Yes." So I misread that, guys. Sorry, that's my fault. Yes, servers are still down, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, that's called. I've been up since 1 o'clock in the morning, Transcend, and I don't know how to read. How big can we create the second base in the second zone? However big you want to, Pedro. The only limitation is your imagination and how much time you're willing to put into harvesting resources and processing. Although you do need steel to get the land claim expansions, which is tier 3. How much iron is too much iron? No such thing as too much iron. That goes back to how much metal is too much metal? No such thing, because we all love heavy metal. Showcaser asked, if a person is in another person's house or base and that person refuses to open the doors to let that person out, would he be stuck? I don't know. I would imagine the developers have something in place to have that not be the issue. Like maybe you can automatically let yourself out regardless of permissions. You just can't get back in. Build big or better wait for the next zone. That's entirely up to you, Pedro. You can have more than one base. Oh, Mon Farang Wan says there is an unstuck button in the menus. I was not aware of that. So there you go. That solves the problem right there. Just use the unstuck button. Barbarossa says unstuck button. Draken says unstuck button. Nice. Um, what's the difference between sides? Ask skeptics. Uh, uh, skins, variants, weapon sets, armor sets, building sets, on vehicle sets. They all have their own unique look and feel. So the Harkonnen looks kind of, if you've watched the videos on like factions and stuff, the Atreides is sort of like palatial, and then the Harkonnen is more insect-like. Like if I can make that, I don't know if that's a good way to describe it, but they definitely have their own look and feel to all of the gear, the weapons, the vehicles. It's very specific to that faction. So you'll get building materials, you'll get weapons, and all this other stuff. So there's definitely um, reasons to join the factions. I'm double checking chat before I sit down and go through the Reddit, guys. Taxes are paid in social hubs. Are the Twitch drops unlocked already? I think there was maybe that's something they're patching right. If I'm not mistaken, I think Twitch bugs. Sorry, I think the Twitch drops were not showing up for anyone. So you have them, they aren't showing up in game yet, and I think that's something that they are working on, if I'm not mistaken. So it's way more in depth than just picking his side. Oh yeah, no, no, no. Especially if you want to earn everything in the faction, like all the building sets and the ornithopter sets and all the weapon skins and all that other stuff, you're gonna there's a lot of work to get to the top of the factions. It's a lot of work. You're going to be spending a lot of time. Why am I not playing the game? Because the game is down right now, sir. Doing maintenance. They're patching. If I join a guild, will be one side or the other? Yes. You cannot join a guild if you are of the opposing faction. So if you're going to join an Atreides guild, you must be an Atreides character. You cannot join a guild unless you're allied with the guild. I mean, I could attempt to log in. I don't know if the servers are up yet or not. I don't see any messages in Discord. And there's no patch notes posted yet. But for sheer curiosity, I can go ahead and try to log in on the PC. But I don't see any yeah, I don't someone says on Twitch the game's up. No, I think there's just people like me who were streaming earlier and we're just continuing to stream doing reviews and talking about Reddit and stuff. I don't think the servers are up yet. I'll go check. But there's no patch notes even posted yet. At least 40 minutes? Yeah, if it takes the full 2 hours, sure. I mean, I'm going to check right now, but I don't think it's up. Background says the game runs great on my 1080. Nice. I am Atreides 100%. Harkonnen traitors, man. Hang on, chat's going crazy. I'm trying to read through everything here. I refuse to go to tier 2 before I hit 100% exploration on the map. There's nothing wrong with that, Spetter. Go for it. I spent so much time in the closed beta in tier 1 that I had no desire to hang out in tier 1. I'm like, I'm just going through tier 1 to get to tier 2. Now, I haven't gone beyond tier 2 even in beta. So, I'm happy to spend like I am not rushing. So, I am in tier 2 right now and we are going to be spending a lot of time in tier 2 because I'm going to do every single quest there is from the Anvil Station. I'm going to do I got to do all the like we were supposed to work on
I dream of it.
let me skip that cutscene.
Amongst the
I was going to work on the third trial this morning, but we got sidetracked building a recycler. Yeah, there's still no servers, guys. So I'm just logged in and confirmed. Not that I needed to log in and confirm, but hey, why not? It takes me 30 seconds to log in and check. All right. Still no patch notes. We'll get back on the game announcements. I have the hiccups. I am sorry. All right, let me make sure there's no more chat to clear before we go read the Reddit here. No worries, Monferrang. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was something that was addressed yesterday in the Discord. Yeah, Ravesart. There's a so I would argue that probably 95% of this game is player versus environment, solo PvE gameplay. There's the entire Haga Basin map, which is broken up into multiple zones. There are all the Imperial testing stations. There's all the base building, the entire storyline, all of the contracts. Maybe not all the contracts. Some of the contracts I think might send you into the shipwrecks, which are PvP, but main storyline, 100% of the main storyline, all of the base building, all of the Haga Basin, that is all PvE solo content. It's not until you get to the deep desert where you start getting into things related to heavy PvP. And even then, as they showed off in the Landsrad videos in livestream number 4 last week, the Landsrad is still heavily in favor of PvE missions. There are PvP activities that will be better suited to guilds, like get a control point, build a base around the control point, hold the control point for the 1 week that the deep desert is up. That is a PvP guild activity. Get the spice blow. That is a 100% guild versus guild, who can get there first and get it. Like, those activities are there, but that's in game. I would argue that's 5% of the game, if that. The vast majority of this game, faction, main story, contracts, Imperial testing stations, all of the Haga Basin zones, the base building, the harvesting, that's all PvE solo content that you can do with other players if you want to. And then within that are the shipwrecks that you can go do if you want some additional PvP in between your other stuff. JK says, first rule of gaming, do what is fun for you. Indeed. Is the game down? It is in fact down. They're doing maintenance and a patch, which will be coming up at some point. Probably a good time for people to grab drinks and snacks, says Transcend. Yeah. I'm on my third cup of coffee. I'll probably go make another pot soon because Chris will want coffee when she wakes up. At least 90% is PvE. Yeah, I would say 90-95% for sure, Aurora. All right, let's check out the subreddit here, guys. This is my first time on the subreddit ever. I hardly ever come to Reddit, but since we're here, barely made it. These clips are awesome. Yeah, he did just barely make it. Holy shit. I'm on trial number 3, Ravezar. Does this not automatically replay? This guy did just almost get it by a worm. Risking his sand bike. Woo! But that is an awesome clip. No lie. That is a good clip. That is a social media worthy clip. Does he have audio?
Damn, what's up?
One more time. That's awesome. I cannot believe he missed.
Damn, what's up?
Yeah, that was luck, man. That's he got within inches of getting it by the worm. Ravesar says feels like booster on the bike is better than inventory. Yes, so I only use the inventory on the bike when I'm moving bases or things of that nature because the boost is way more useful. That's what you call gaming. Exactly, Transcend. I think that the boost on the bike is way more useful for like the getting around. You know, I think the exception is like if you know you're going to be in a specific zone for a while and you need to load up on resources, maybe use the inventory. But by the time you get to like, I don't remember what tier it is, tier 3 or tier 4, when you get the harvester has so much cargo space that if you're going to be going out and doing a harvesting run, you're going to be in your harvester, not your sand bike. Like, so in the early stages, Hector's like, it's just a walking sim. Clearly a walking sim. When your friend finds out you haven't left Haga Basin in 200 hours, Haga Basin, really a man of your talents. It's a simple life. These are the people in chat who are talking about completing 100%ing the Haga Basin map. It's a simple life. All right, someone has the hotfix patch. By the way, let's go double check the Discord. Still nothing. Just checking. Labs or dungeons? Yes. Well, there's Imperial testing stations and then there's eco labs. Or are they the same thing? I thought they were different. But yes, um, those eco labs are dungeons. Yep. And shipwrecks are kind of like dungeons too, but they're the PvP version. Me and roughly 12 hours following a random player around who have no idea what is happening. These son of guy. Um, Before crossing from Haka Basin to East Vermilion's Gap, make sure to talk to the pilot at Griffin's Reach. Then put everything valuable in your storage so when you cross on your bike, if the worm gets you, you don't lose a lot at all. Make sure you do take Glass with you. Then you can head to the Anvil Trading Post, talk to the pilot, and use 700 Solars to fall back to Haka Basin. And then you can fly back to the Anvil. That's not a bad tip. I didn't even know there was a pilot at Griffin's Station, to be honest with you, or Griffin's Reach. That's like if you want to be super, super, super safe. I literally just loaded everything up in my inventory on the bike and rode north and ran from the worm. Draken says, when moving into the second area, is it better to build a second base or pack up your first base? The mission, the journey will ask you to abandon your first base. So in my mind, unless you want to leave a base behind, which you'll have to abandon it at some point for the story. Um, I I tore my first base down. I will never go back to Haga Basin South unless I'm required to for a quest. Um, I haven't either, Jason. I don't know if you can. I'm sure if you just stood there and waited, you could probably get eaten by a worm. But I think for the most part, it's sort of like you shouldn't get eaten by a worm crossing to the gap because they're still teaching you the game and they're just like the worms are dangerous. Stay ahead of them on your bike. So I don't know if you could get eaten. I'm sure you could if you just stood there. Anyway, I like to break down my base in the first zone and take everything with me because I want those components to build my. Because you're going to be spending far more time. Not you. I will be spending far more time in T2 than T1. So it just depends on the player. But since the mission actually has you abandon your old base, by the time you're ready to move, unless you plan on keeping it there for roleplay purposes, break it down and take it with you. Ravzar says the pilot was not active during beta. That's probably why I didn't even think to check. JK says, I have a lobby with public access for anybody who needs shelter from sandworms. The rest is locked down. Very nice, JK. I call the worm Frank because he is frankly terrifying. So this is what JK is talking about, like a sandstorm cover for other players. This game rocks. It's just plain old fun. I don't think there is anything groundbreaking, but I didn't go into the game expecting that. What I hoped for and got was a game that just works and is genuinely fun. My only complaint is general performance and updates, which will help that a bit. My hardware is old. At least he has the disclaimer. My hardware is getting old, and I didn't expect this game to run perfectly, but I would love to see further optimization, which will happen. I think Joel had a great point the other day during live stream 4, which was any live service game is the worst it will ever be on launch day because patches happen. So games are always the worst they are going to be on launch day when it comes to live service games, and they only get better from there. Reading the YouTube comment section of the Deep Desert videos be like, the devs saying there will be both PvP and PvE and multiple ways to engage with the game you want, and then people in the comments are complaining. PvPers say that the PvPers ruin the game, and the PvEers say the PvPers ruin the game. I think that's the general consensus from people who have played a lot of other PvP games before, which is why I don't play PvP games, because PvPers suck. Specifically, griefers suck. But from what I have seen, Funcom has done a good job of creating a gameplay loop that largely cuts out the reason why people traditionally will grief other players. Um, like there's a lot of stuff you can do in the deep desert, and most of it doesn't have anything to do with PvP. Are the servers still down? I don't see any announcements that it's up yet. Checking their Discord right now. We still have 30 minutes to go for their anticipated downtime, so mega guilds locking down sieges. Someone's posted this. You're on the Dune Reaper siege. We are a 40-person PvP guild and will block access to all rare resources and key routes. Switch seats while you can. We will be active 24/7. Um, I think at that point, I mean, that's going to happen. Not only that, but there are mega guilds where there are mega guilds where guilds because there's only 32 people in a guild, right? There's only 32 people that are allowed to be in a guild. So first and foremost, that's not quite accurate because only 32 people could be in a guild. But what I think mega guilds will end up doing is they will have a 32-person guild where it's made up of all the officers, and then each one of those individuals will then have a guild underneath them. And that's how the mega guilds will operate across multiple sieges underneath a world server. But that's an assload of coordination. Um, and it's pretty easy to just avoid that stuff. Um, just whenever you're creating a character, go for the lowest populated server. Look, go for the lowest populated siege on a world server that has a decent ping for you, and you'll be fine. The other way around that is if you are wanting to play, like, there's quite a few people that I know who are playing who have their own gaming communities, and they're just rolling up with private servers to completely ignore the public stuff. They're just like, hey, I've got a group of 10 people, a group of 15 people. That's what we did with Enshrouded. I don't know if Bubbleonia is here in chat. Bubbleonia paid for a. We started off, we were doing the hosted servers with Enshrouded, and then Bubbleonia kicked in and paid for us to have a private server on Enshrouded, and it was like 15 of us, and we just rolled on our private server and played Enshrouded together for like 3 months. You know, I mean, that's the way to go if you're going to do your own private community. But it's pretty easy to avoid that kind of shit. Just go on a low populated siege and pay attention. If it's high population, just don't go there. Like, don't roll on those servers. How do you set up a private server? You have to go to the third-party providers listed on the blog post that Dune Awakening posted, and you can rent a private server. There are multiple places where you can do those. Hector says PC Gamer just wrote an article that says Dune Awakening isn't even out and already has almost 100,000 players. I know, right? I wonder what they're at right now. Awakening population should be rising because we're on Friday and people are starting to. Well, the servers are down right now. Never mind. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. It like tanked. It's because there's nobody playing right now because the servers are down. But it did get up to 93,000 yesterday, so I would anticipate the peak will be higher today because more people are playing. Tomorrow will be the real kicker because everybody's off work for the weekend. Um, Quickscope said the Dune Reapers were indeed not active 24/7 and did not in fact fill the server up. Metroid says imagine gatekeeping content like that. I know, right? Is the PS5 date announced yet? No. So I actually was really hoping that I was going to play this game on the Xbox Series X, but when I realized they weren't going to come out on the consoles for a while, I was like, oh, screw it, I'll just play the PC launch. Are private servers monthly? Are they expensive? Every third party, every third party provider has their own pricing for private servers, Gustav. And there are different tiers of private servers based upon how many players do you want to have it available for, how many players do you have accessing it, are you going to pay month by month, are you going to prepay for 6 months to get a discount? Like everybody does it differently. So I don't know what the pricing is because um, I'm not looking at private servers, so I have no idea what the costs are. Correct. The devs did say they will be actively watching for griefing. Fluorescent says it's $13 a month on G Portal for like the basic. How long until the server's back on? I don't know. Should be about 20 minutes if we go according to their posts, but it could be longer. Do I use an Xbox controller? I do. I literally play Dune Awakening like 99% on the Xbox Series X controller. Checking the Discord now. Still don't see any announcements, but we still technically have about 20 minutes left on their 2-hour downtime announcement. Well, Ethan Pearson over on YouTube asks, will there be a boss to kill or just normal NPCs? Uh, what do you mean by a boss? Like world bosses? No, it's there are bosses in the dungeons, but there's not like world bosses. There are quests that you have that send you into bandit camps to kill bosses, but no, it's not that type of game. It's not that type of game. It's a survival game. There are bosses at the end of quest chains, but they don't require multiple people to take down. The bosses of the game are when you get to the deep desert at the end of the game and you participate in the Landsrad and you're doing group activities. That's the end game of this game. It's not like World of Warcraft or other games where it's like, there's a big raid boss, get together 40 of your friends and go take out the raid boss. It's not that type of game. The end game revolves around base building, spice blows, control points, massive crafting operations to craft, an assembly line of products. Um, J Deal says we are paying about $70 for 20 slots on a private server for 3 months. Yep. Ravazar says there are elite NPCs through contracts, but those again aren't bosses like you would see in other MMOs. You're not wrong, Monfrang. That boss room in Imperial Station 10 is no joke. Yeah, that one I almost died to as well in beta. So we'll see how I survive in live. Did I ever play Dune Battle for Dune in 2001? Like years and years and years ago. Yes. Somebody showed the the New World queue. For anybody who's complaining about the queue times in Dune Awakening, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. There's only 40 people there. I guess there's 60 now. They upped it to 60 places. 60 people on a in a server. You didn't have to wait 20,000 for 20,000 other players to clear the queue before you could log in with Dune Awakening. By the way, don't forget to get your Twitch drops. I still need to watch somebody for a couple of hours outside of my. What I'm probably gonna have to do is just pick a streamer and just let it run while I go do chores or go to the grocery store or something. This person says almost shit myself with the worm encounter. Oh, they're out harvesting one of those shipwrecks. This is dangerous, by the way. This is very, very dangerous. If you're gonna go out there and harvest a shipwreck, yeah, that's a risk. Correct. It's 2 total hours of watch time for the 3 drops. Exactly. I'll be right back. Pero voy a hacer más en un rato. Yeah, cats, man. Frodo and Smeagol were attacking the cat shelter where I have. So Snow White has her big box where she stays. They were all attacking the sides of it, and making a bunch of racket. And then Christina just woke up, so I had to say hi to my wife. All right, let's check the servers. Still no announcements yet on the Discord. The drops are exclusive building. Yeah, yeah. The drops are here. For someone who is asking, these are the drops that are happening right now. These are the first 3 of a building set that, as I understand, are going to be exclusive to Twitch drops throughout the year. So, um, they're going to be doing these 3 now, then more will come later, and then more will come later, etc. Yeah, it's building blocks. They're not skins. Those are actual building components. Um, so additional building sets is what this is. An additional building set is what that's the observer set. So they're not skins. What chair am I using? Some cheap ass. Well, it wasn't cheap. It was like a $250. It's a draft chair. So if you don't know what a draft chair is, so I'm standing up right now. You can bring this up. I use this for when I'm using my standing desk stuff, and if I want to sit down for a little while. But it's got a ring around the bottom, so you can use this to stand up. And if I sit in it when it's up tall, I can sit here, and when I switch to the standing desk camera, I can switch over to the chair if I want to. But otherwise, I just keep it down for here, and then when I stand up and move to the other camera. But it's just a cheap ass, like whatever I found on Amazon. Nothing special. Oh, the shields from the movie, man. That's a long time ago. That's the Lynch film. Those blocky ass shields. Someone says this is what melee fights on low graphics settings look like in the game. That's brilliant. I don't play on low settings, but that's brilliant if that's true. Oh, that's funny shit, man. How much longer am I gonna be streaming? Well, I have all day set aside. Like, so my day job is I stream for a living. So normally I start my streams like right about now. Like I usually start about 15 minutes before now. It's 4:45 a.m. my time. I usually start at 4:30 a.m. Central Time. And then I usually stream for 6 or 8 hours, take a break, come back, do another couple hours in the afternoon. However, my cats woke me up at 1 o'clock in the morning this morning, so I just went ahead and started at 2 o'clock in the morning today. So I'm here until I'm tired and have to go take a nap. My plan is to get back into Dune Awakening as soon as the servers come up. So I'm here for the next, unless they're going to be down for the next 3 hours, I might, go play something else for a little bit. But my objective is to sit here and wait till the servers are back up and then go play some more. That's my plan. So on YouTube and Twitch, I will be live until otherwise. And we are currently also on, I think we're on the Steam page as well. Thanks to Funcom for that. How much time do we have left to get back in? Well, they still haven't posted any patch notes or anything. Oh, hang on. There is an announcement. Hold up. Well, that's in a different server. That's for private servers. For the private server folks, looks like there's a patch coming soon. So stay tuned for that. All right, let me go back over here. My plan is a solo player, contracted security merc. I mean, you can play that way, but good luck. Harkonnens, no thank you, sir. When you realize that May has 31 days. Oh, man. Yes, Cheetah, you can absolutely get your resources back. Anytime you break something down, you get your resources back from it. So when the quest prompts you to break down your base, you can absolutely get your resources back. Arrakis is awesome. It is. That is a great screenshot. The game is not a majority PvP. Please stop saying this. You're setting false expectations. I salute this person. And if you go to my YouTube channel, for those of you who are on YouTube right now, just check the playlist down below. I have posted so many videos about PvE, solo, non-PvP. Like I am fighting that misinformation as hard as I can because there are so many people out there who are like, it's PvP. No, it's not. Even Funcom does not call their game a PvP game. They call it a survival. They call it a survival game. It's a multiplayer survival game. Does it have some PvP elements? Yep. Is the majority of the game PvP? Fuck no. Like again, what we were talking about earlier, 90 to 95% of the game is PvE solo. Whether or not you participate in PvP, like it's I'm gonna fight that misinformation. So kudos to that person for also. It's way more PvE than PvP. Simper Play, you haven't. I don't think you've actually paid attention to any of the information that Funcom has released on the end game or the lands red, if that's your take on things. So Simper Play over on YouTube says the focus on hang on, I gotta reread that. PvPvE endgame is a turnoff for me. If you can solo 40 to 50 hours at the basin, but you need a guild or friends to enjoy the endgame, I'm not interested in that. You should go watch. If you don't want to watch Funcom's version, it's a long live stream. It's from last week. It's live stream number 4. I have it broken down into segments on my YouTube channel in the Dune Awakening playlist. There's a section on mid game, there's a section on end game, and there's a section on the lands rad. You should really take the time to educate yourself on what the end game of this game is, because only a portion of the lands rad, there are 400-ish activities that can pop up in the lands rad at any given time on the weekly rotation. Very few of those require a guild to do, and those are mostly related to the control points and the spice blows. Everything else is stuff like harvesting, crafting, things that PvE players can do solo or with friends. It's not it's not what you think it is. It's not what you've been led to believe. The statement that you made makes me think that you haven't actually watched any of Funcom's live streams. I'm not trying to be condescending here. I'm saying you should go watch Funcom's live streams, or you can watch my videos where it's broken down into segments. Because I think once you see what they have planned for the Landsrad, um, and how that actually operates, I think your opinion will change. Because there's a ton of stuff you can do without ever touching PvP. You never have to PvP if you don't want to, ever. Correct, Molko. And also, Joel has specifically stated that the Lands Red end game is mostly PvP, PvE, sorry, mostly PvE oriented. And really, it's only the control points of the spice blows that are PvP. And I will say also, if your objective is to go do the end game dungeons, the eco labs in the deep desert, to get the Imperial schematics, those are PvP dungeons, meaning that if your group goes in, another group can come in after you and fight you for the resources. However, you can also buy those same items off of the exchange. So you don't actually have to risk going to those places. You can just go to the exchange and buy those items and get them for yourself if you really want to have those things. So it's a risk versus reward thing. If you want to risk it, you can go. And but also, if you've ever played a survival game, Dune Awakening is primarily a survival game. So even in the instances when you might go do an end game dungeon and get PvP'd by another player, you don't lose your gear. You never, ever, ever lose your gear in this game unless you die to the worm. Otherwise, it's you drop a, a random chunk of stuff that's in your inventory, just like every survival game out there. So if you're carrying back loot from that dungeon and you've got Imperial schematics, there's a chance you might lose some of those schematics when you get killed, but you will never lose your actual gear. So the risk, eh, it's not that big of a risk. You're never going to lose your gear, ever. Exactly, Glyph. You don't lose anything because you don't lose your gear. Can I build a sand bike early in the game, or is it locked behind a quest? If you choose to, if you there's a at the beginning of the game when you're playing, it like asks you if you want to like use the locked version of research or the unlocked version of research. I believe if you do like the unlocked version, you can go in there and unlock the schematics in any order that you want through research. But if you follow it through the locked version, you do have to get to a certain point in the quests before it allows you to access the sand bike um, recipes. But if you do the unlocked version of the game, then you can access all of those recipes at any point in time and use your research points however you want. So it just depends on how you want to play. But it is still early game, like Feign Mask. Like the bike, you get the bike in the first like 5 hours of gameplay. Just follow the journey. Within the first 5 hours, you'll have a sand bike. Might even be quicker than that, depending on how, where you're, because everybody's randomly placed in Haga Basin when they start. So it just depends on where you're placed in the Haga Basin. It's pure RNG where you spawn at. So you might spawn close to a bunch of resources, which allows you to get your bike quicker than if you spawn all the way over on the other side of the map. So Transcend says another way to look at it is that you're not going to be in a PvP situation unless you intentionally and purposefully walk into it. Correct. Servers are down for maintenance. Should be up soon. Yeah, we're just all waiting, guys. They said 3 a.m. Well, sorry. 3 a.m. was when the servers went down 2 hours ago. They said we will be releasing a patch at 3 a.m. to deploy several fixes to improve server stability and resolve some in-game issues. The maintenance is expected to last for up to 2 hours. So we haven't had an announcement yet, so it might go on a little longer than anticipated. Because we're at the 2 hour mark right now, so you should learn how to travel on foot before you get the sand bike. Yeah. Is there a recommended progression route? Yes. It's called the journey system in the game. The game will literally tell you what zones to go to. So follow the journey system. I actually have a guide on my YouTube channel that talks about why you should follow the journey system. It's a beginner's guide to the journey system and why you should absolutely, especially if it's your first time playing, follow the journey. Follow the journey guide. It will tell you where to go in the order that you need to go. It is meant to lead you from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3 to tier 4 to tier 5. It will take you through the story of the game. It'll take you to the trading posts. It'll take you to the taxi systems. It'll take you to all the places you need to go. Private servers are not self-hosted. They are rented. On top of that, Deep Desert Social Hubs still link up to other private servers, meaning no matter what, your Deep Desert is still going to be PvP enabled. Yep. They specifically said from the beginning, we don't want to compromise what the Deep Desert is. So the Deep Desert will always be open to everyone, even if you're on a private server. Swoop, thanks for the sub over on Twitch. Appreciate the support. Hang on, my wife's alarm is going off. Her phone is charged. Hang on, I gotta go get my wife her phone. She's got a text message from her mom. Oh, Steam update just hit, guys. Sorry, my wife needed some. I had to give her her phone. Steam is updating right now, guys. Let me check the Discord. Still no patch notes on the Discord, but the Steam client is updating, kids. So I'll show this over here. So hit your Steam page, get your update going. I don't know if servers are up yet, but the Steam update is out, so get your patch on, guys. Get your download going. Which means we should be around to getting back in game here shortly. I'm going to scroll through chat here real quick, see if I missed anything. Would it be possible to hop on the bike and go straight to the Benny Gesserit Chainer? I mean, you could take a taxi and get to the social hubs, but why would you rush? Oh, you started as a sword master. Oh, so you're wanting Bene Gesserit abilities? I mean, that's up to you. If you want to risk going to the Arakeen or whatever is your social hub, then that's up to you. But I don't know if you can get back from those social hubs via the taxis. And make sure you've unlocked taxis everywhere before you do that. I don't recommend any. Barbarossa says, "What path would you suggest to travel from the beginning of the sector area?" Uh, there is a point. It's hard to see because of the fog of war, but kind of like in the middle of Haga Basin South, you'll see there's an area where the the I'm gonna this is gonna be East Vermilion Gap and West Vermilion Gap. There's gonna be a part where they dip down and you can sort of see the line between the two sections of the zone. Kind of shoot for that because it's like the narrowest path that I have found anyway between Haga Basin and there. It's like it's like the southwest corner of the East Vermilion Gap is you're going up in there. I have not seen patch notes yet. I'm gonna yeah, I don't see any patch notes yet. Nor do I see them. They have not made an announcement yet that the servers are up, but we'll see. It's still updating on mine. It's at 96% right now, so we'll check it here in a minute. You ooh, look at that. Custom Chris knives. So this is somebody who makes custom Chris knives. That's pretty cool. It is with great pleasure I inform you the sleeper has awakened. He has blue eyes. That's awesome. By the way, folks, allow me the courtesy of my commercial stuff. If you're tuning in for the first time, I normally start every single day around 4:30 a.m. Central Time on YouTube and Twitch. With Dune Awakening, I am also streaming on the Steam page. Thanks to Funcom for allowing me to do that, giving me the privilege of that. So we're also live there if you want to see footage. Um, we'll be playing this as the main game until June 13th, at which point we're going to be playing the Altars. Dune Awakening will be the back burner game, and we'll be bouncing back and forth then. And then we do Death Stranding 2 on the 24th. My Dune Awakening journey is expected to take months. I play a lot of games. There are over 8,000 videos on my YouTube channel. This is the day job. I do about 6 hours live every single morning, a couple hours in the afternoon. In between, I do game guides, reviews, movie reviews, TV show reviews. I have a Homestead channel. There's a Discord, a Patreon, all the socials. So in between the live streams, everything happens on YouTube. So make sure to follow along on YouTube outside of the streams. But for lives, watch where you want, support where you want. Either way is good for me. Twitch, YouTube, for all of the things that we stream. But in this case, we're also on Steam, thanks to Funcom. And that's your commercial. I have a shitload of ducks and chickens and cats with my wife. She's in here a lot. You'll see her. The joke is that she's the paid actress because the trolls think that I can't actually have a wife. There's no way he's actually married. There's no way that a streamer could have a female companion in his life that's not paid for. Even though she and I have been a public facing couple for 15 years now with a travel blog before this. Like even when we were dating, she was in my YouTube videos back in the day when I was still travel blogging full time. Which always makes me giggle when people are like, she's paid actress. Floristic says they need to clear the sand castles I built. I don't think unless the patch is gonna. I don't know where to find Twitch drops in game. I haven't unlocked the Twitch games yet. Ravezar says servers are up. So once the download is, we're at 99% on the update. So let's go ahead and switch back over. We should be able to get back in then. And let me close all this shit down and Get prepped and ready to get back in game, kids. Spetter, they just did an announcement in Discord a few minutes ago that the private servers are now patching. So the public servers just went through their patch. The private servers are now going through their patch. And so private service portals should be announcing to their community members that their servers are going out for a patch. So, FYI. And by the way, guys, I still have a bunch of storms happening. So if I randomly disappear, just like yesterday, I'll be back as soon as I can. But I am weather dependent right now, which can knock out my power or my internet. So yesterday, like the YouTube stream dropped like 5 times, so we had to restart the stream a bunch of times yesterday morning. So we'll see. Knock on wood. We'll see how today goes. Patch notes are in. Well, while the game is loading, let me go check the patch notes. What do they say? Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Dum-ba-dum-dum. Hotfix! Improved server stability. A new pop-up message has been added when player clicks on the private tab. General fixes. Fix an issue where certain players' placeable menus would fail to load. Fix an issue where players could sometimes get a suggested server that was not closest to the region. Fix an issue causing players to be stuck in the Imperial Testing Station 02 boss room, which was a complaint that people had in the reviews we were looking at earlier. They got stuck in that boss room. So they fixed that. And fixed an issue where NPCs in the Air King Social Hub would sometimes get stuck in place. So, looks like they at least fixed that one person's complaint. Oh, I need to turn my controller back on. And I should probably go take a pee. Get ready, because we're about to dive back in. Here, I'll let the cutscene play, guys. I'm going to go take a quick bio.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of the human mind. With that commandment, new avenues of human potential were explored. Mentats, Suk Doctors, Sword Masters, and the mystical Bene Gesserit Sisterhood. But it was the Navigators and their monopoly on space travel that set the conditions for the Imperium. But I am telling you of the universe you already know. Let me describe the one you do not. In this other universe, my mother, Lady Jessica, consort to Duke Leto Atreides, gave birth to a daughter, a girl
NPC,
they named
epic NPC man time.
Erised.
Skip, 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 skip. All right. Continue, please. Hey, is Babylonia in? I should see if I can get my guild invite. All right. What were we doing before the servers went down? I think I needed to go do a new suspensor belt before we do anything. Yeah. We need a new suspensor belt. The question is, do I build a new suspensor belt or do I build the Emperor's wings? I think I'm just gonna go with the passive suspensor. Ah, man, I don't really know. Fuck it. Either way, I need another particle capacitor, so we got to go back across to the anvil station. I did not know that you could do loadouts. Well, shit, that's... I did not know that I could do a loadout. Can you save your loadout somehow, or is it that just showing you a different... It's just showing me a different version of my loadout. I see how that works. It's like a version of the leap belt. It's a little different, but yeah, piss off, guys. What are you doing over here by my base? Hang on. There's a worm out there. Let's wait for him to pass before I do my trip across to the anvil. Are those assholes still chasing me? Fuck, they are. Hold up. Oh, he ran back. That's right, bitch. Oh, we got that bug. No! I'm gonna get sunstroke. There we go. Get on the bike. I have noticed that as a bug. Sometimes when you go to interact with the bike, it gets stuck in the interaction screen for a minute. No, there is no saved progress from beta to the launch, guys. None whatsoever. What green filter are you talking about? I should refuel while I'm sitting here, though. I have no idea.
Still alive. Not too bad. We had a bet going.
I think I only need one, but I might as well buy a few. Particle capacitor. Let's buy 10 of these. Just so that I have some more on hand. Sounds to me like you just need to get some glasses, Glyph. Because I can assure you, I have no green filter on my screen. It does not look green on my stream. My screen looks perfectly colored, just the way the game is designed. You might have your blue screen filter on your screen, on your monitor. Maybe you're using blue screen glasses. Ain't no filter on my end. Alright, those guys are going to be waiting for me over there on the other side of my base. I wonder if they're still there. Yep. Hang on, there's a bug in my office. I'm gonna have to take care of these guys, otherwise they're just gonna keep plaguing me. Shields up.
Someone.
Ah, there's someone here.
Thanks for the free blood, bitches. And the darts. I'll take them all. Might as well grab the scavenged metal. I think there was some fuel cells up top too. We should probably go grab. Yep, servers are back up. Where is that fuel cell box? There it is. Alright, let's make a new, let's just go for the leap belt. I don't really, not the leap belt, but the fall belt. Passive suspensor belt. Yeah, I don't really feel the need to get the Emperor's wings yet. Passive suspensor belt. Recycle. Yay, I got a particle capacitor out of that. Happy to take that off your hands. Some of those for later. Granite. Oops. Let's go drop these fuel cells up top. Exactly. Get back in game, Daniel. Yep. Your bases absolutely disappear if you don't pay your taxes or if you don't fuel up your generators. So I just dumped more fuel cells in my generator. Yes, if you run out of power in your base or you don't pay your taxes, you can absolutely lose your base. Unless you're on a private server, because then you can turn the sandstorms off. But the sandstorms roll through on a regular basis. Anything unshielded gets destroyed over time. So, very important that you actually make sure to keep your bases stashed up with stuff. You can put up to 3 weeks, I believe, is the current time limit. Up to 3 weeks of fuel cells in your generators. So, I think mine are both around 14 days right now. So, I could go offline for 2 weeks and my base shields would still stay up. But it's not like an instant thing. It's a degradation over time thing. So, I don't think they have released what that time looks like. But could be a month long. I don't know. I don't know what the deterioration over time is. All right, let's go work on the third trial. I think we're going to push for prescience this morning, which is the third and fourth trial, and then we'll back out from that and start working on side quests. I think that's going to be the objective this morning. So third trial is the next zone over. So actually, before we do that, I'm going to need to get a survey. Bring our survey tool with us. Probe launcher, and I need to make probe, because when we get over to the other zone, Alright, let me just triple check everything before we go. I have full water. Blood packs are emptied. Everything's been deposited. We have full water. We have a full... I'm not taking an extra set of gear. I'm going to only take my still suit because we're not doing dungeons at the moment. We're going to do trials. So... I've got plenty of darts. Do I have enough bandages? I have 11 bandages. I can craft more if I need them. And I need to actively pick up fuel cells and brushes as we see it. I'm gonna leave the crafting. I'm gonna leave the construction tool back home. There's one more piece of shit I don't need. I also don't need the flower harvester thingy. The static compactor, I don't need that. I'll take the leader John because we might see some dew that we need to fill up on. I'll take the metal for more darts because I chew through them with my SMG. Alright. Pretty sure this is in the West Vermilion Gap, if I remember correctly. The third trial of Akil lies at a riddle para-west of the Great Hammer. Yeah, that's west, so we got to go around into the west. So we're going to take the northern path, and we're going to go head north and around. If we see any dew patches, we're going to stop and harvest. If we see fuel cells, we're going to stop and grab those too. We have a fully charged battery pack, brand new leap belt, plenty of ammo, fresh weapons, fully stocked battery on the sand bike. Let's fucking roll! Why do I fully disclose my affiliate link? Asked Gustav. Because it is a federal requirement where I pay taxes. I am required by federal law in the US of A to fully disclose if I have an affiliate link or if I am in some way, shape, or form being compensated. Woo, 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 slow down. If I am being compensated, I am federally obligated to disclose that information because of consumer protection laws. So that's why I disclose everything. And like if I'm playing a game like like we just did with Tainted Grail, it'll say key provided by name of company. When I did the beta weekend events, key provided by Funcom, things of that nature. No, I said do harvester. There we go. Oh, this battery pack is so much better than the first one. Look at that. Let's store up all this water. Yeah, it's a big deal. That's why you'll notice like Co-Carnage and stuff, like when he's sponsored, it has to say sponsored in the stream. Like you have to put that title in the stream title. It has to be readily evident that you are being sponsored and or paid for whatever you're doing. No, you're good. I mean, I have no problem talking about that shit. But see, the thing is a lot of streamers don't live in the United States, or they aren't bound by U.S. law because maybe they live in England, or maybe they live in Germany. I don't know where these people live. Different laws are in different countries, so it just depends on what country those players are from. They might not need to disclose because of where they live. I do need to disclose because of where I pay taxes. So I make my income primarily through YouTube and Twitch, and so I am required, we need to harvest these. When I'm being compensated for something, I do have to federally disclose it. That's why anytime I mention the affiliate link, which is a great time to mention it, I do have an affiliate link down below in the description text of my video if you're watching on YouTube right now, and I do get a kickback. I get a percentage of any pre-orders made through that link. So if you like what you see today and you decide you want to pre-order the game, you can use that link, and I will personally benefit from that link. That's how the disclosure works. Scott Brown says, in case you didn't know, if you bring up your clock, how do you bring up your clock? I don't know that. I didn't know that, Scott. I don't even know how to bring up the clock. I'm not on the keyboard, so I don't know how to do it with the controller. But hang on, let me see what it is. You said T on the... Let me switch over. T. It's that same thing. So that was the map. So it's that button right there. I'm not seeing what you would notify. Like, I don't see what part of that map would show you the best time to harvest water. I mean, I get that, but what I'm saying, what part of that shows you the best time? Because it's color coded. Are you saying, like, I don't know what color code I'm looking for is, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know what part of that little icon I'm supposed to be looking at to dictate what's the best time to harvest. When it's blue, copy that. Oh, I'm full up. I'm not specifically out here harvesting water, I just am doing it while I'm on the go. I need to pay attention to the map now because I am getting to the edge here. So we need to go west. Let's go over. I'm gonna put a waypoint down. We're gonna go over here, and then we're gonna start looking for a place to climb. There doesn't appear to be any sand, drum sand between us and there. So let's go over there. We can climb that and drop a survey probe, and hope there's no drum sand. Yeah, buddy. Eastern Gap. It's find a way up top there so we can get our survey probe out. Yeah, that looks good. Shields up. Time to do some climbing, kids. Let's go get a survey probe launched. Oh, God damn it. This is what we were talking about earlier about the ledges sometimes are a little wonky. I'm going to go over here and drop down though, because I want full stamina before I make that climb right there. Alright, straight up. And hope that we don't fall. Oh, I need to go check my points, because there is a, I forget where it's at, but it's either the planetologist or the trooper has a thing where you can reduce your stamina use when climbing, and I need to go put points in that. But I don't remember where it's at. Come on, we can make it. We can make it. Let's get up here. Hold tight. Matter of fact, let's check that right now, because I don't remember where that is. I can't remember if it's trooper. Aha! It's right there. Mountaineer. So I have to take a point here first. But that's what I'm looking for. The Mountaineer. Yeah, that's a big thing. 15% reduction in stamina drain. I don't need the suspensor pad, but I have to learn it to get to the Mountaineer. So, well, at least I know where it's at now. Alright. Up we go. Shit, is that a... I didn't pay attention if there is a Sardaukar ship coming. Oh, fuck me. Somebody saw me. Woo! Almost died. Still somebody looking for me. I don't know who it is. I bet they're on the other side of the wall there. I don't really care about going in there, so what I really want is to get up higher. I don't need my vehicle at the moment, so let's get rid of that. Grab my probe launcher. Alright, I need to get 40 meters higher. Did that Sardaukar... No, they're still around. Which way did they go? Alright, they're that way. We need 40 more meters, so let's... Have we seen anybody try to ride the worm? If they do try, they're in for a fun surprise. The game literally has a mechanic that tells you, hey, your first death is a freebie, but after that you're going to lose all your shit. Let's wait here. This is going to be a fun little thingy to try to traverse. It might try to kick me off. 20 more meters. All right. That's another ledge. That's another ledge. Shit. Almost lost it. 3 more meters. God, we're almost there. Over here. Yeah. This should work. Ah! 2 more meters. Boom! Alright. Okay. Alright, we are going over here for the story mission. Cave of the Lost Pilgrim. Oh, let's go take that skill point really quick for climbing. Booyah. Probe. Okay. There's a camp right down there. Would like to avoid the camp if I can. Whee! Yay for builts. Alright. I need to make some more bandages. Let us just go around here. The planetologist skill line is so awesome. For like all the passives and crafting and harvesting things you get. Yeah, JK. Good job, man. Bike is awesome. Alright, I need to pay attention here because that is a bit of a run to go straight across. I don't know that I want to risk that. That is a... Let's maybe go over here. Oh. Fuel cells. Definitely need these for the base. Oh, I'm aware. For, the first death is a freebie. After that, it's not a freebie. Like, the first death is like, here, we're gonna give you the parts to, like, make a bike. But the next time you get it, you're losing everything, and there's no help. Alright, that's a big gap, kids. If I go out and around... Alright, I'm gonna be stupid and risky and not place a respawn beacon. We're gonna see what happens. We should be able to make a straight run of this. Should should be. I'm reserving the boost. Fuck. Drum sand. Drum sand. Boost! Alright, we're good. Nope, I will take that. I did notice a slight frame stutter just then. I wonder if that was related to some sort of VFX on the like the destruction of that item. It reminds me of drinking potions on the controller in Baldur's Gate 3 when it first came out. Every time you drink a potion, the VFX for the potion consumption would drop you into the single frames. Little bug. We need to go around the outside here. Let's go gather these. I need bandages for sure. No, I think we need to go around the other side. Can I just eat myself off? Oh no! My bike, it flipped! Like that reviewer on Steam. My bike flipped! And? It writes itself. What's your problem? Cry harder! I can't hear you over the sound of how much fun I'm having. Oh, are we going in here? Oh shit, we're definitely going up there. Alright. Do I see any bad guys? I don't see any bad guys yet. Shields up. SMG at the ready. Oh, the game is very sweet, Mishi. It's a lot of fun. Okay. Cave of the Lost Pilgrim. This is a personal wish list item, but I really wish they would put like an in-game functionality at some point where you could like read the symbols on the walls and understand what these lost runes and things were, because these are all from the Fremen before they disappeared. Oh, this is definitely going to be a fight our way in situation. I don't know if I'm safe here or not. I really need a bio. I'm going to attempt to just... I'll be right back and hope I don't die. Yep, patch notes are on the Steam page if you need to know what's in the patch. Alright, let me double check this. Let me double check this. And double check this before we move on. I got a fresh cup of coffee, and we should be good to go to work our way down through here and find the trial, wherever it might be. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. All right, where did I put my controller? They're not coming back? Oh, it missed because of the collider. Shit, back away. That's a shielded guy coming for me, I think. There's another NPC up there doing some welding or something, and I bet we need to go left. But since we're here, and I am a loot junkie, top off, loot up, and drain the blood from our enemies. Okay. I don't know if I need to go down that way or this way, so I'm gonna go this way first. Because as any good maze person knows, always go left in a maze. Only go right if you have no more lefts to take. Oh shit! Bomb! Bomb! If you can't have fun for more than a couple hours, that's a you problem, Phil, not a me problem. I play games and have fun for hundreds, if not thousands of hours. So, if you're bored by video games, maybe find a new hobby. Model building, golf, driving simulators, getting out of your mom's basement, knitting. Hey man, all those are equally good hobbies to have. think this is the right way because we've got creepy voices and I see it. Yeah, yeah, this is the right place.
Another altar destroyed by the Emperor's zealous dogs. So much wasted in the pursuit of this pogrom. So much lost. This altar seemed to depict Fremen being separated from their families. Enslaved? I could only decipher a few words. Slave cribs, Hajj, and oddly enough, the name of a planet. Bela Tigise.
Oh, you just reminded me I need to pay my taxes too, Sergeant. By the way, I don't remember where to check where you gotta pay your taxes. Does it only show when you're in your house? Yeah, you have to pay taxes on your homes. Yep. The Emperor gets his cut. I don't remember where to see where you got to pay your taxes. I think I have to be in my house maybe to see if I pay tax. How much time I have left to pay my taxes. I forgot all about the taxes thing, to be honest with you. I totally need to check that the next time I go back to my house. Yeah, is there a way to yeah, you got to put fuel in it first, JK. You need fuel. Is there a way to check when you got to pay your taxes and how much you owe? I could swear I saw it before, but I don't remember where. I think it was at my base. Taxation. There's a tutorial here. What's it say? A new journey is now available to guide you through this process. I'll probably have to follow that journey. Taxation. Collect Solaris, put them in your backpack. Visit Harko or Arakeen. Speak with an Imperial tax representative. I probably need to do that, but I would love to know. I could swear there's a way to see how much tax you owe. I think you have to be in your house to do that. All right, hold up. Find the fourth trial. I think this one is back in the Eastern Gap. This is the hammer, if I remember correctly. Yes, we gotta go back to the hammer. Yeah, the sub-thief. That's what I was thinking, Bundy. Thank you for that. Thundy. Sorry. The Undying Knight. Jesus, I can't read. Make you Undying Knight. Yes, the sub-thief. I was like thinking it was back at my home base, but we'll check that when we get back. Because I think I think there's a bit of time. I don't think we have to pay right away. I think we have a while before we have to pay. I've got like a week or something, I think, before I need to actually go pay it. Back to the Eastern Vermilion Gap. Yours has 10 days left, Abraham? That's probably mine. Yeah, what about tariffs, right, Hector? the Arakeen, the tariff of Arrakis on top of the taxes that we have to pay. That's some funny shit. What if I went north? I don't want to do that. Do I risk it? Arakeen import tax, because we know the sand is finite. I'm gonna risk this, guys. Alright, there's no drum sand around me, so just move it. Don't worry about the booster until we hear the sandworm or we feel the controller start to vibrate, and then we panic. Alright, and I do gotta worry about that stupid Sardaukar ship. Not in the mood to fight chodes. Yeah, there's a journey you can follow to learn about paying taxes. I never did it in beta, so I've not actually done that part of the game yet. I hate sand. It gets everywhere. Move away, Sardaukar. You're right where I want to go to get across the gap there. Unsolicited feedback is not welcome. Anybody with common sense knows that. The moment you open your mouth to make unsolicited feedback, you move from being an average ordinary person to an asshole who's just trying to put their own rules on other people. So you can make whatever suggestion you want, and I'm going to ignore 100% of it. If I didn't ask for feedback, I'm not looking for it. Oh, I guarantee you're about to try to spam me with your services or talk about how you do what you need to do, Hyde. We got the band hammer ready and waiting. That's right, Frumanji. My feedback is never take feedback from unsolicited feedbackers. Do your own thing. Consult with people that you trust. Professionals in your industry. Everybody else. Voices on the wind. Alright, this is the part that I don't remember how to do, but we gotta get up top somehow. Way up there. Phil's like, I'm a professional video game consultant. Oh, I'm aware that if you repair your bike, but I'm not interested in this bike long term. So that was innocuous, but yeah, I'm aware. I'm going to be moving to the tier 2 bike soon, so I'm not worried about it. This bike will be my backup bike at one point soon. I'm a professional video game consultant, or I'm a professional video editor, or I'm a professional thumbnail maker. Dude, I get like 30 to 50 of those a day. So the moment someone says something, there you go, Hyde. That's why you're still here, sir. So your feedback was innocuous. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to worry about your first base, no. The quest is going to tell you to abandon it at some point anyway, so you're fine. I promise I'm not trying to sell you something. $30 to 50 emails per day, Phil. Do you not know how to do simple math? Or did you mishear me the first time? Yeah, Hyde survived. Remember that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's right. I do remember we want to go up here, so... Oh yeah, I get a shitload of spam. The worst are the indie teams who want to give me a free code of their game, and it's like a little 1-man, 2-man, 3-man team. I get so many of those every day. Curse of being a public persona. I bet I can make that. Can I make that climb? We're gonna try this. Oh, I didn't know I could double jump with this thing. How did that work? I just double jumped all of a sudden. Hang on. Does this thing allow me to jump? It totally just like yeeted me across that gap though. I'd say that was a bug. That had to have been a bug. Ooh, the one hand hang. Yeah, but it didn't like, it wasn't the falling one. It like pushed me up and forward like it was the leap belt, and I don't have a leap belt equipped. So I was like, wait, what? What just happened? All right. Yeah, I used the Emperor's Wings a lot in beta. I opted to not take it this time because I was like, eh. Hashtag bug. Oh shit, shit! I almost fell into that hole. Okay. We still gotta go up, 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 up. So we're gonna go up onto this archway. We'll go through here and see what we can see. Yeah, I gotta make it up there. That's probably a good place to go. Nah, I've got my points elsewhere. I may take it eventually, but the Shigawire is not high on my list of priorities. I don't mind climbing. I put my points into the stamina climbing stuff and all the planetologist stuff for crafting and harvesting. I don't need the Shigawire. It's kind of fun, but it's like it's not that big of a deal. Alright, this is where there's the ledge. I remember there's like a path up here somewhere. The question is I just don't remember how to get up to the path. Okay, we're getting into the sunlight. I see it up there. I remember there's like a set of ruins we have to climb up through. And if you watch my beta weekend footage, we actually used the Shigawire in this place because I had it during the beta. It's right here. We got to go up through here. Yeah, once you get the Thopter, it's like, don't need it anymore. I love how they have the climbing ropes that are just hanging here. It'd be really cool if you could use them. Oh no, Spetter. That's awesome though. That like the starter car were like, you shot first. Guess what? Is there a Dune moving service for when you want to ship your stuff from the Haga Basin? I wish, right? By the way, this is where I did a YouTube short TikTok video um, in the beta from this POV that you get when you get up top here, because it's one of the most epic views you come across in the early game. I need to hurry up and get up though, because I'm about to get hit by the sun. Get me up top! I don't want to get sunstroke. Go, 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 go. Whew, safe. Oh. Definitely. Ooh, what do we got here? Oh, just goodies that I could disassemble back home. Ooh, I did get a Holtzman actuator though. Those are useful for crafting. I don't really have a build for Manji, so what I have right now is like stuff that suits my playstyle. So I have gone primarily Mentat. Oops, hang on. I'm primarily Mentat, so you can see here I'm primarily a ranged character. With a lot of planetologist stuff for like fuel consumption, reduced repairs, better durability on my items, better yield on crafting and survival, harvesting, all that stuff. And then I have a couple of points in gunnery because that it accentuates my existing mobile ranged playstyle. So I get the bonuses from that. So like the headshot bonus, body damage bonus, stuff like that. So all these bonuses, field maintenance, stuff that suits. Like I like this SMGs and stuff. So what's up, Thandar? So it's mostly just what suits my playstyle and what I think looks cool. I don't have a build in mind because I haven't played the game beyond Trial 4, so I have no idea what late game shit there is, capstone abilities, any stuff like that, so I'm just playing.
The Sayadina and I made the long climb to hang a new prayer flag today. What a marvel that even in her advanced years, the Reverend Dejana can still scramble up the rocks like a spider. The only pity is, the prayer flag was of our own making. It seems an age since any siege community has gifted us with a woven symbol of devotion. There are so few pilgrims these days. But we here stayed true to our history and our faith. Though the off-worlders daily encroach upon us with their mines and their harvesters. Though a growing rabble of Kirab grows even bolder around our borders. We will remain faithful until the day we proudly answer the 7 mystic questions and pass into paradise with joy in our hearts.
Thandar says, rolling people on League of Legends, thought I'd join chat for a bit. Nice. Alright, time for my morning leg exercises. Physical therapy for the win. By the way, I wish we got a personal headlight like we get on our buggy or on our sand bike. I would love to have a headlamp. Well, I know you get a glow stick that you can make. All right. The Bene Gesserit has a lot of magic abilities, magic-like abilities, but it's not a fantasy game, so. There's one that attaches to your body in the steel tier? Oh, that's cool. Alright.
How do we honor the Creator? Ibn Qurtayba. Our enemies are as blades of grass mown down. Do you understand, Wali?
Hang on, before I do this next trial, I want to finish my leg exercises, guys. I have physical therapy for my torn stuff. I need to do this really quick because the next part is a combat challenge. I remember this, and so I need to actually focus for that, but I want to finish my quick leg exercises here. Getting old sucks, and then falling on your ass and tearing stuff in your legs is never fun. And my physical therapist just changed offices, and they told me it's been 2 weeks since I've been, and I still gotta wait another 2 or 3 weeks before the doctor's ready to take appointments. I'm having a great time in the game, cinematography. Did you miss the mukbang? Not yet. We haven't had breakfast yet. I've had like 4 cups of coffee. I've been up, dude. My cats woke me up at like 1 o'clock last night, so I've been streaming since like 2 a.m. Chris got up about an hour ago, so. Thank you for the sub over on Twitch, Chill8001. Thank you very much. Well, technically, I'm not doing my full therapy rotation. I actually have about a 30-minute set of exercises I'm supposed to do. Just cinematograph? Okay. This is just some stretches and some leg raises and stuff to just get some movement and stretch the nerve out a little bit. Alright.
Our God gave us the gift of time and the words of the Kitam Alibar. Knowledge without action is empty. Be alive.
Hey! Melee combat is so boring in Dune Awakening. Cry the basement trolls. Oh, I'm dead. Slashed to pieces.
Fire of God, mount over thy heart. The fire of God set alight. Thine enemies shall fall.
Oh, here we go, kids. Just remember, drugs are bad. I have the power! Oh! That's a cool ability. That doesn't sound good. It sounds like a worm. That was a big-ass worm looking on from the crowd. The man, the myth, the legend, Hector Salamanca! Ding, 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 ding! Dude, back away! Only for the trial. Like you don't keep those abilities after this. It's just for the trial.
How do we honor the Creator? We fight. Remember Salusa Secundus. Be la Kaifa.
Yeah, that's a Swordmaster skill, correct. I think all three of those were Swordmaster skills, if I'm not mistaken. It's just so bland. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, I'm in tier 2. I'll be in tier 2 for a while. I'm not in a rush to get to tier 3. And I got a lot of side quests to do. Now that I got Prescience, I think I'm going to back out and start working all the side quests in the Vermilion Gap. So I'll be in tier 2 for probably another day or two, real time. I haven't fully fleshed out my gear though. Like I don't have the tier 2 armor set. I have the tier 2 still suit, the tier 2 SMG. I don't have a tier 2 knife yet. I don't have a tier 2 rifle yet. I don't have a tier 2 sand bike. I don't have a tier 2 set of like combat gear. So I mean there's still quite a bit of tier 2 stuff. Oh yeah, that's why I've been trying to tell people. It's like I'm playing this game for the next, I mean, I'll get a few hundred hours of gameplay out of this game easily. Like, this is not a one and done for me, so it's definitely going to be, you know, I'll be here for a while. Complete the 4th trial. How did I not complete the 4th trial? What did I miss in there? Hang on, skip the cutscene. It acted like I didn't do it. That is weird. Did I? I might have turned around and exited the trial because I think I got confused about which direction I was supposed to go.
How do we honor the Creator?
Honestly, I think that's what happened. I think I left.
Our enemies are as blades of grass.
Oh, I was supposed to go up the stairs. Yeah, that was my fault.
However, I will say that's a good feedback for the team. It shouldn't allow you to